Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. New work day, also for me. I have been busy, and if I sound nasal, I am very much. Quite the cold this weekend, but nothing that is going to stop this series. So we've done about, I would say, 15 hours of prep. This is what it looks like, 15 hours of prep. Good morning, guys. We got a bunch of brackets. We have our y-axis, part of the backside, the AB mounts. We have our X gantries, and I have a coffee. Very nice. All right, so still need to do some prep today, unfortunately. I already started because I had a few minutes left. I was inserting these T-nuts. Quite a nifty design so far. Been very happy with the chaotic lab stuff. There's my buddy. How's the clinic going? Crazy? I will give you guys a better angle and a few. I'm gonna wait for some people to pour in first. In the wachtrij. Now, Mr. Crazy is one of my best friends, and he's talking Dutch, if you're wondering what the hell he's saying. So he's now at the doctor's, having a scan, because my brother kinda had the freak accident, right? All right. So not going to be that long, I'm afraid, today. I'm going to try and keep it at 3 in the afternoon, something like that, 4 at the least, the last. Then the wife gets home. Okay, let me adjust my camera and we can continue the build. All right, there we go. So, like I said, we are preparing our X-beam, so we need to insert some T-nuts. That's what I'm doing right now. And let's take a look at the manual. We also need to put some T-nuts on the other side. Now, this is my first time having the high wind rails. If you want to see how that looks like, it's all written on the rails and on the carriage. And there are some, symbols on there, arrows. Now, I did read the manual on the arrows pointing on the rails. They are claiming that these are not for load direction because they are usable in any direction. But apparently it's for butt joints. Not sure what to think about that. So we need to insert a few more T-nuts and then we can start to do some assembly. I think my biggest complaint so far about the whole kit are going to be the bolts and the T-nuts. Not massively stoked on those. Very poor quality. Also the bolts, I'm going to show you a few. These were all coated in the with the Loctite stuff, so I'm using the liquid version. And I'm glad I have some, because the application, it is horrendous, awful. Not even sure why they bothered to put on some Loctite, it's that bad. Also the quality of the bolts. Not sure if that's very good. So let me grab a few. They are or not coated, poorly coated, or you start to wonder why they even bothered. Let me give you a look. So they are looking something like this. We are only using the top 2-3 millimeters of the bolt. Yeah, there is no coating on there. Same for this one. And then this one almost made it. Yeah, barely. So why even bother? Like, what the hell are we doing? So I had to use this one, medium strength, 243. Mr. Crazy, who reads the manual? Now, apparently, you need to sometimes. Even though I don't want to, but sometimes you just need to. Alright, now I'm going to grab the Chaotic Lab manual. We are at the XY joint kit. And I'm going to have a look-see how they want us to mount this thing right over here. Hey, Maker Viking! Did you wake up or do you still need to sleep, mister? Yes, so we need these brackets right over here. We need a left one and a right one. And I just smack them all together. Nice. And this is what is going to mount everything. So these are the brackets for the x-axis, and this will mount to our y-axis bearings. So we have our spacing for the bearing right over here, and then we have our x-axis. Now these brackets are absolutely amazing. Nothing to complain about. Tolerances, all of that, bearings, top notch. Oh my god, we have some more friends. Deviation. Good morning. Don't you have to go to work? Or was it your last day at work? Friday. For me, this is work now. It's even worse. All right. Now, they are not telling me what's left and right, but it's written on there. So I believe this one will be a lefty. Now, the way we mounted this, we got our T-nuts sitting right in here. We have one in the bottom. And if we look at the bracket, we have our two bolt openings right over there. And then in the bottom, we also have one sitting right over there. You actually slept tonight, Maker Viking. Nice, so you can be here the whole stream. Cool. We went to bed early for me since I'm sick. Oh, you're sick too, huh? Back to working on Tinker Atlas now though. More stuff to do in relation to the contest I'm running. Yeah, you are. If you want, share all the details or I will link it. Send it to me by... You did send it to me by Discord, I believe. Yeah, let me open up Discord. So he's doing a contest for everybody that loves 3D printing stuff. He's doing a contest with BTT stuff. You can win a bunch of nice prizes. And if you are using Tinker Atlas, it's free. Give it a try. Let me have a quick look-see for that link. Or if you don't mind, Maker Viking sending me the link again. Then I can share it to the peeps. Ah, I got it, I believe. My laptop is absolutely struggling. Alright, copy this one and there we go. That's the contest. Check it out. Some sweet prizes in there. I am not going to try and get any of those prizes. I'm already blessed enough to not have to. Working from home deviation, very nice. And Deviation and Crazy are also friends of mine, so they know each other. Keep it civil. Alright, so time to mount these. We need some M5x10 pre-Loctited, but it's the same story with these. So like you can see, very poor application, and the tippy toe, what we need for our Loctite, is just missing. Yeah. Now, also something very cool I noticed building these guys right over here is that we do have an end stop sitting in there. So right up there, the joint, not sure if you can see it, if you ram it to the end, right over here is an end stop. And then it's just a matter of aligning our T-nuts sitting in there. Like that. And that's it. Super easy stuff. The chaotic lab. So even though I did a bunch of prep, we are still going to do a lot of assembly today. Nothing new, unfortunately. So if you're not into 3D printing or just chatting, this is going to be a slow boy, just like the other ones. Thanks for the shout out. That's no problem, brother. Everything to help you out. He's wishing us a healthy 2026. Well, you're not starting off really good, do you, Mr. Crazy? He's also the guy that I still play some games with. Has been a while. Haven't played a lot of games these days, but we have one game that we play. It's called Tarkov. He is the biggest sweater known to Earth on that game. He's like a vacuum, just vacuuming the whole thing, the whole map. The chat, like they call it. He says he's not, but he really is. But I enjoy playing the game with him. They now have a mode that is offline, you can call it. That means that you can play it with friends or alone against the cheater AI, like I like to call it. And I do try to make some time to play a game now and then. Has been a while. I enjoy it. I do enjoy the offline part way more than I ever enjoyed the PvE it's called. I enjoy it way more than the PvP with other persons. We're still waiting for the echo. Yeah, hospitals, right? LDO prices on Tinker Atlas memberships. Cool. Looks like there might be more prizes coming too. Nice. Can you tease something? More prizes. So we got one done. This is going to be our X-axis with the joints on there. So this will mount probably like this. So this will be the front side. Then we have our tool head that will be mounted to this. And this is looking very nifty. Now something different we can see with the X gantry is they are using an MGN 12. So this is a 12mm rail. And they are using 9 on all the rest. So for the Y and the Z. Interesting, right? Now I don't know what is going to be up or down, but by the looks it should be like this. And like I already told you guys, on the rails we have the arrows going on like that. So I'm going to mount them like this. So this is the way they are going to sit in the system. Now I can already see that we need to mount some different stuff. The shiny aluminum thingies. And I think that needed to be on there. So cool stuff. It's only 2 bolts away, right? I still haven't played Tarkov. Them adding PvE makes it more interesting. Yes, absolutely. Make a Viking. That is what saved it for me, honestly. I hated PvP. You are playing against a bunch of people that are just enjoying the game but are next level, and for us casuals, I would say it is just not fun to play. If you die every second you turn a corner. So PvE, give it a try, brother. Not sure what kind of tier you need to get the PvE stuff, because back in the day you needed to have the most expensive bundle, or I think you can now get it if you pay a little bit for it, the PvE mode, I believe. Yeah, so that looks nice. Yeah, the red anodized parts, absolutely insane. The quality, very happy. 6,500 hours, so like I told you, the vacuum of Tarkov. It's not set in stone yet, but might be something coming from Vadis. Ooh, I like Vadis. Got a bunch of Vadis stuff sitting here for the build, so Vadis, hook me up. I'm poor now. Maybe read the manual. Yes, Mr. Crazy. Yes. Now, these now look on the short side. That I'm not very happy about. So that is unfortunate. Very short. Might replace them with longer ones. They are not asking me to do so, but we do have a bunch of longer bolts. Let me double check if I'm using the correct ones. Oh yeah. So I believe I'm already replacing one of the T-nuts. They can buy it separately. Yeah. I would say do that. Buy it separately. So you get the base bundle and then you buy PvE separately. Something like that. You don't have time to play that much. I don't have time to play that much, but I would say give it a try. I play maybe an hour a day. If I have the chance, maybe 2 sometimes. Or just when I need a break after making videos like these, or live streams. So I've been doing 4 to 5 hours of preparation every day, and then yeah, I'm done with it. Absolutely done with it. There's no more denial. This is a lot of work. I think I'm now past the 30-hour mark of building these. And every time I think we made nice progress, you open the next box and it is just another 10 hours looking at you. Doesn't help, we have to do it 5 times every time. Doesn't help. And then rambling. So we cannot tighten them a lot. I noticed we will strip the T-bolt because we are only using the tippy toe of the bolt. Definitely use Loctite on these parts. So I'm going to call that tight. 1 done. 4 to go. Assess your work. I'm doing it, sir. Yeah, so they are asking you to check if the alignment is correct. So like I said before, there is a tab right over here and the tube needs to hit that tab. That is what they are asking to assess. So most of the time when I did all this assembly, I started with one of these and then I just lay it right over there and I copy it. Then the manual can go away. That's what we are going to do right now. Copy the hell out of it. All right, the orientation, this is all up, up, and up. Then we need lefties and righties. And we need a fancy red bracket. Vetus is good stuff for sure, yeah. They do. They did have a little bit of a problem on the Rapido ones. The early versions, I believe, that got fixed on the plus heat creep and all of that. If I'm not mistaken, but any company has that period that they screw something up. PvE, you can play casual. Yes, that's why I like it. How much is base? Plus 30 bucks. Yeah, base is believe I think 15 bucks. It's quite affordable. The base game. All right. So we're going to start with sliding these brackets on, aligning the T-nuts. Get our bolts and Loctite. This time we're not going to forget our fancy brackets. Now I believe that this bracket is probably for, what would this little red piece be right over here? We have some threaded holes. Looks like we might have to mount something to it, being the x-axis. Not sure what, maybe an end stop. We have some end stops sitting on these parts. Now, this is where the manual gets very limited, unfortunately, because they are not saying you if you need the one with the long or the short wire. Now, I believe that the short one is for the tool head. We have an X thingy end stop. So I believe that the short version will be for the tool head. And Mr. Crazy became a member for 13 months already. Dear God. Thank you very much, Mr. Crazy. Just like Maker Viking, you're also member for quite a time right now, right? So that also means that you guys are supporting me directly. Thank you very much for that. It is much appreciated. This stream is completely free, just like the complete build off of these 5. That's why I live stream it. I don't want to make a production video out of it. And I think it is cool that I get to talk to you. Last week was very busy. We had a lot of viewers on the video, a lot of chatting around. Our American friends are most definitely all sleeping right now. And we might do a little bit of a Christmas video this year. I believe I should be doing the edit tomorrow for that video. And we are going to do a live stream on the 25th. Or that is what I want to do, really. a live stream. 25th, probably in the evening, just having a little chat, no building. Maybe some building, not sure. Sometimes you just need a little bit of break. Yeah, some people had issues with the first one. Mine were great for a long time before I really clogged hard. Yeah, the clog of death. Second one finished. There we go. Some more bold please. Deviation, if you're still listening, how's the wife doing? Still very pregnant, I hope. She doing good. And you, also still very pregnant? Aren't we all at this age very pregnant? The only difference is we can do something about it. Deviation. I was asking Deviation if he's still listening. How the wife is doing. I hope she's still very pregnant. Yeah, Deviation. We are also a little bit pregnant. You know? Food babies. Now my food baby is starting to disappear. Lost 30 kilograms right now. I think even a little bit more than that. He's not listening. He's lurking. That's what the young people call it, lurking. I have seen your baby, Mr. Crazy. It's also not going anywhere. Good job, thank you. Yeah, now, I took the easy way, using the jab. But if you look at it, this is not a commercial for it or an endorsement. But you save a bunch of money on food that you can use on the jab, because it is not easy. We are talking about $2 to $3.50 a month, depending on the dosage that you need. But yeah, you almost or you barely eat at some point when you are doing the cure. So that saves you a crap load of money. You can buy normal sized portions and just share it with two. That's how much you eat. And most of the time, if you do that, then you're done for the rest of the day. Now, I quit for, I think, a little bit over 3 weeks now. I still have one sitting around, but now being the holidays, I do want to eat something. Especially now that we are, in the holiday section. Super cool that you're not hungry, but if people cook for you and just eat 2 bites and then you're done, that's not so cool, right? Working while playing CS probably. Yes, indeed. CS. Also a game. That has been a very long while I played that once, yes. It's too twitchy now these days. Now I like to get scared about a scav just yelling from another corner while I'm looting my my victim. Those suckers scare the shit out of me. They sneak up to you, and when your head's deep in another bag, then they start yelling at you. Alright, we're doing 2 at the same time, and I believe that after this we can start to make the complete gantry. So the way the Voron works, a little bit the same like we have with the Soval one. You assemble the gantry completely in one piece. That means that you will have the U-bracket with everything mounted to it, and then you just spoon it into the printer. I can already tell you, this thing is going to weigh a lot more than we had to do with the Soval one, so it is going to be super interesting to get everything in there without bumping and scratching the hell out of all this beautiful anodized aluminum. Alright, let's give everything a little bolt inspection. These were loose. We are missing some right over here. So yeah, having to Loctite everything is making this job even longer, even though they tried to Loctite it, but did a very poor job in the end. Now, all the bolts that you get from Siboor are not Loctite with the blue stuff. I mean, so I believe we are going to be left with a bunch of spare parts from Siboor, as these came with all the bolts necessary. Got these one in. My pocket is buzzing. Mr. Thomas is sending a message on Maker Atlas. An announcement. What is the announcement, Maker Viking? Last 2 bolts go in, and then I believe we will need to make a bit of room on the table because the gantry is going to be very large. There we go. 1 more to go. There we go. Nice. Yeah, making room. All right, so I'm going to grab my Y-axis and let's put that to the side. And then we are going to start moving some stuff around. So the Y-axis, while I have them in my hands, same thing also, but the 9mm versions, they also have the markings on the rail, and they also show those arrows. This way is up or something like that. I don't really feel a quality difference between Highwind and the rails I already have experience with. So the, let's call it non-branded rails, linear rails. mounted to an extrusion, they all kind of feel the same. So input shapers, all of that, going to be very interesting to see if we definitely have an improvement or not. I believe these days there's going to be very minor differences. All right, there we go. It's about a contest. When will the contest end, my brother? Didn't read into it. How much time do the people have? All right, this should give me plenty of room, I hope. Now the annoying part about the Chaotic Lab stuff is that they only show you the parts for the assemblies, and the rest you need to cross-reference with the original guide from Voron. So I'm now at the X gantry parts. They do show me how to mount it to the Y, but maybe if I look at the AB drive, that they show me how to get the Y in there. More pages. Oh, and I also ordered the replacement pulley. We had a pulley, the defective pulley. These should come in at Wednesday, unfortunately. So that means that one of my, what was it? One of my ABs, yeah, I believe so. One of my ABs need to have a new motor pulley on it. I marked it somewhere. Oh no, it was the Z ones. Yeah, one of the Z ones. The grub screw just came pre-stripped. We do have one bolt in there, so that's something. All right, so they do show me how to get the Y-axis in. The Y-axis is prepared. Okay. There's quite a lot of stuff going on in here. Not a lot of info. Sweet. Not really. Yeah. So I'm going to take a look at the Voron one, see what they are saying on assembling the Y-axis to the AB motors. Yeah, they are showing me something different than what I see right over here. They are using printed brackets. Now, I did see that 5th of January, there is some time left. So what I can see, and I'm not sure about, so we have a design feature in there. This is going to be for belt installation. There is a bracket that needs to sit on top, and I don't have that bracket, or not a CNC version of that. The instructions are super vague right now. Super. So what does that mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? The Y? Cable protection if you're using CAN bus cable, but what the hell are you talking about? We are still doing assembly work. Oh my god. So, I think we are just going to wing it. Left, right, we do have the long ass cable right over here. Let me give it a zoom. We have a long ass cable. This is for our end stop. They are also not referencing on how you have to route that cable. So it could be that we have to remove that sensor and then need to readjust for it. But this is going to be it. The backside, A/B motors, and then we will need to install our Y-axis. The Y-axis consists of two similar beams with pre-installed T-nuts. Right over here we have an M5 and in the back we have an M3. And I believe, looking at the picture, they need to be mounted like that. So with the rail upside down, like that. Cool stuff about the Chaotic Lab stuff right over here is a little feature that grabs the rail. So there's only one way to install it, like that. It snaps in super easy. We can see right over here that that we need some sort of a bracket, and they did not deliver it with a bracket. So I believe that means we will need to use a printed one. Gossip behind my back? No, brother, just asking how the wife is doing. No gossip over here. I hope she's still very pregnant and alive. So it should look something like that. We do have a bag of printed parts. So maybe we can steal some of them before I print my parts. Still haven't printed them. I did, however, put on an assembly on Orca for this boy right over here. So this is the Stealth Burner tool head. We have to do a bunch of changes because this is useless for me. Now this is all tool heads. Let's take a look at the print quality that gets delivered with the Siboor one. A wee bit of VFA. You see that? My VFA brothers. Yeah, it looks like it's printed on a Soval. It has kind of the same belt pattern. Not a clean VFA, but with some, other noises on there. This is going to be the Nevermore kit. We don't need that where we're going today. So let's hope we have some of that sitting over here. Very pregnant, alive, not so much. What are you doing with that girl? Is she starting to suffer the last little bits of pregnancy? Most of the time is very brutal. Nope. It does not come with the parts that we need for mounting it. So for now, we're going to put in some bolts and we will have to print these, but I believe we can continue. Oh, that's very nice. They do provide us with the spacers for the alignment of our linear rails. I did my own printing. We needed those, and apparently the one of the Redpick is using MGN12. We are using mostly MGN9, so I did a little print on the GD, because right now the GD is the only one with some spools in there that is just click and print. So M5 by 16. We need to insert some longer bolts for this part right over here. Now the only problem is we don't have that bracket, so I'm going to default to the shorter ones for now. And we will have to replace these. So the 5 by 16 and these are by 10. I believe that this should be, yeah, this is the perfect length right now. So I'm actually drying some filaments in the oven, 75 to 80 degrees. to do our test print for the stealth burner that I'm going to install. And right now it looks like we have to add those little covers for right over here. Now I'm not going to Loctite them right now, so we don't screw ourselves in the future when we will replace these. Just like that, just for getting them in. Future me problem. Going to be treated in bed for a pillow. Stuff like that, yes. So she's very pregnant right now. From what I can tell from other people, it is very hard for a man to have a woman like that. I mean, you cannot do anything at that point. That's what I really want to say. You're a bit helpless. I think that is going to be the best way to describe it. You want to help, but you can't. Something like that. All right, so on the other side, we have the same problem. We also have our mounting solution with the belt clips that we don't have. So that means we are going to do the same thing. Only this time we do have two big holes up top, and on the other side we have the smaller one sitting right over here. So this will be a temporary assembly, like they would call it. All right, and how does this chaotic tap or chaotic lab thing mount to each other? Looking at the pictures, something like that. Let's give it a try. And I'm very nice out of frame. The best way to describe is that you can't do anything right. Yeah. My best wishes go to both of you. It's very soon, right? February, something like that, I believe. No, February is for our other body. You're still in it for quite a few months, right? And then the other side. May, yeah. Woo, 5 months to go, brother. So yeah, the assembly is now mostly done with bolts that are not tight, because we need to replace all of them when we finally get to the belt clamp covers. Maybe the Z-axis. So we still have one kit to go. This one right over here. They call it the Z-joint kit. Maybe we have some clamping parts that are sitting in here. So let me check it in the manual first before we do any other major assembly, because the clue might be in there. Are you going to make my life easier? More pages. Belt orientation. So yeah, interesting. It does look like we have use for those. On the other side, right over here on the bottom, we do need to do some mounting assembly and some belt installation. Holy shnikes. So yeah. I believe that what we are doing now is going to be very pointless. So the bolts we have done right over here seems to be all replaced with the Z-joint kit builds. So that means I'm going to set this aside and we are going to start our Z-joint kit. Whoop-de-doo. Yeah. It would be nice if Chaotic Lab just would make it numbered, the freaking manual. Right now it is just all scattered with the things you have to do. Or just make a one-pager. It's not that long, the manual. And the correct way to assemble this, or just use references. They are not doing that. All right. Wasted 15 minutes. It's all good. We will survive. Now I do believe that we can use this assembly, but for space constraints, I'm going to scoot it. That means we are going to switch to the last thing we have to do. Assembly. The CNC Z-joint kit. And I believe, if I'm correct, this is going to tighten everything together. So we have our beams, y-axis, x-axis. This should be the key to finish the complete gantry. I can see we have some springs going on. Interesting. This is probably for backlash reasons. Even if I wanted, I couldn't do this assembly in the weekend. There was no more time. So I'm going to take you through it. So yeah, looking at this right now, this does look like the stuff we need, because that fits on here. Cool. It would be neat if they put a little reference in the manual to that. Same thing for this. This is the backside. So we have the 3mm one and the other one is the M5 and M3, I mean. You really do every assembly first on the Chaotic Lab one. All right, time to open 4 more. This is probably, if I need to take a guess, an hour and a half of work, repetitive work. But it does look like the last major assembly work that we need to do on this gantry. Now Christmas time, I believe I can already scratch that idea that I'm going to make Christmas time. To get one assembled, I mean. That ain't gonna happen, that's for sure. Great. Yeah, this will be an easy 1.5 hour job. Also, something I found on the Chaotic Lab that quite annoys me is these white bags. Horrible to open up. Dear God, why do you not use Ziploc bags? I believe half of this work is just opening the damn baggie. Now the spring part, that is going to be very interesting. Oh God, this is gonna be a lot of work. Famous last words. One more to go. Quality on the parts still looks very nice. Still have to see any major defects on the anodized stuff. Although also very hard anodizing. Doesn't get scratched very easily. There is some differences in the quality. Maybe it's just a little bit too thin on some or most if it gets scratched. But these, definitely not a problem. Yes, there we have the last one. Still unsure if these are actually milled or casted. I did found some casting marks on the Z drives. This one right over here does seems to be milled. Yeah, and sandblasted. Sandblasting hides a lot of the crimes. I noticed on doing my CNC adventures. Alright, time to open up a bazillion bags. This is the most annoying part for me. All the tedious baggy stuff. So it looks like they did again a very poor job of applying the Loctite. Why even bother? Brother. This is becoming a very hefty gantry. We have added a bunch of weight. The frames right now are still fairly light, I would say. Ooh, and these are very interesting. So we have what looks like a bearing, but with the rotating, and a brass sleeve. So this right over here, it has something in there that rotates, and it is sleeved in some what looks to be brass. Super cool. Some kind of a decoupling attempt for something. The spring fits on there. That's the first I have seen that in any 3D printer. The swiveling, bearing-ish thing. Now fortunately the bearings are good on the Chaotic Lab ones. They didn't skimp on those. Same for Siboor. Right now the bearings all seem to be of a high quality. So I can forgive them the poor... Look at this one. The poor Loctite application. Like, what the hell are you doing, brother? What the fuck is this? And a bunch of T-nuts again. Now luckily we have some spare ones. Because the one of Chaotic Lab unfortunately are not that great. I already had to toss about 5 of them for being defective. And defective in the way that they are spring tensioned in the back. So there's a little ball in there that needs to do springy sprung thingies. And it doesn't. And then you just are unable to get it into the rail. But Siboor just doubled down on every component. Right now we are still in the clear. I do have some spare stuff, but not the slide-in T-nut things. I do prefer the ones they use on the Ratrix. So the twist-in T-nuts. Easier to install, easier to get it out again. These are pretty hard to get out of the profiles, unfortunately. Dear Lord, so many freaking components again. Well, it looks like this will not be an hour and a half. It's looking more like 2 hours and a half right now. Definitely not making Christmas. We're almost halfway there. No, this is gonna suck hard. Oh, we missed one. There you go. That would suck. They are not providing any spare ones. Chaotic Lab. We do have the spare ones from Siboor, so it's not a biggie. It does look like we have 2 types of T-nuts again. So these are the M3s. We have M5s. Did I already mix them up? No. Got lucky on that one. The smallest box, so the one we are doing now, I believe Yeah, this is not going to take that long on stream. Well, I'm sorry. It is going to suck again. But hey, we are streaming this. We're in there so far, so yeah, we dropped an M3 in there. Cool. There you go. Almost there. Ah. A new type of bolt. Sure, why not? Now I do believe that trying to assemble this, we will have to do a complete assembly on one printer at a time. After we are done building the Z-joint kit, because it does look like everything right now needs to be get in the printer at the same time. So we might have one printer with a gantry in it today. That would be cool. So yeah, now you can see why I hate these white bags. It is taking forever. And we have different bolts again. Dear God, why? Even more bolts. Get out of there, thank you. So we are now 1 hour in, and we did jack shit again. Great. Unpacking little bastards out of the white sleeves. Doing some assembly work that we didn't need to do because the manual isn't clear. Now this is mostly the part that gets skipped in my videos. Right now we don't have a skip button. More smaller bolts, yes. These are a metric ton of bolts, dear God, for something so small of a component. This is madness. If we have to get a printer on here, this is going to suck ass, really. Aha, Juras, my Portuguese friend. There he is, indeed. There you are, my friend. It has been quite silent the last 15 minutes because we are back again trying to get stuff out of baggies. Yeah, so I did a bunch of, to recap a little bit, a bunch of pre-assembly this weekend. I think I'm now 15 hours into the pre-assembly of this weekend, about 30 hours into the build, if I have to do a guess. And I thought that we were ready to put in some gantry stuff. Guess what? We're not. Now I didn't have any time to do more preparation, so yeah, it is what it is right now. And it looks like you really need to pre-assemble all the things and put it all together in the printer at the same time. Do you see this? This is madness. This is madness. What a dumb idea. Oh, Helix 4D is also in the chat. It's a kit printer, brother. That's why it has a ton of bolts. It's not a production printer. No shit, Mr. Helix. No shit. Yeah. I really started to hate these freaking white baggies. Awful. God awful. I'm awake now. It's 5-7 in Kentucky. Good morning to you. I just done my coffee. In it for an hour. Done jack shit. I thought those would be assembled by now. Yeah. We are not going to make Christmas. That's for damn sure. Unless we do make some time. Because, who am I kidding? We are not making Christmas. We are not gonna make it. I do want to do a Christmas stream. Maybe I'll do some assembly. Not sure. The 24th, I will not be home. We have something to do, I believe, the 24th. But the 25th, on Christmas Day itself, I might do a bit of streaming. Hopefully, not with a bazillion bolts on my desk by then. Now, if you do one printer at a time, it is fine. I mean, it is fun. It is just the doing it 5 times every time that gets a little bit tedious. So, for anybody that is watching this in the future and thinks getting a whole Voron setup in a few weeks, nope, forget about that. Unless you put in 10 hours a day, but dear God. You must or hate your life or have some sort of disorder. Or like to be punished. Now I do believe that I'm going to be very happy once these are all going to be running and zooming in the corner, right? Working at home again, Mr. Uras in the pajamas. All right, last baggie. Oh, yeah. One more bolt. Come on. There we go. We can do some assembly now. Cool. If you're wondering what I will be doing the next 2 hours, this is it. So the manual is asking us to put stuff on printers. No. Oh my God. Yeah. So that is a problem. That means I need to start moving shit. Let me clean up for a minute. All right, that is some room. Then we need to scoot a bunch of others to the side. Cool. We do need to get some organization going on for the next part. So all the tools on the left. This stuff, dear God. Just moving piles. Now we do have some random knickknacks, so not sure what those are for. I guess we'll figure that out during the build. That means that we are going to finish every printer one by one. There is no more pre-assembly we can do before we put it in the printer, because right now we do need to put it in the printer. Which is fine, makes it more interesting, I hope. Yeah. All right. I think we have room enough right now to put on a printer. Let's grab one. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. There you go. We still need some more room on here. AB mounts, you're out. We can keep a few, I believe. Yeah. And there we go. Some dog hair on it. All right, so we got to the point that we need to put stuff in the printer. Yay. Something like that. I don't know. We'll see. All right, what do we have here? Are you going to use Vanilla Clipper or RedOS? It has a Voron 2.4 configs. Well, I'm not sure. I might try them both and see what I like the most. I like Vanilla. I do like the automated feature that RedOS has for the configuration part. That is what attracts me the most to RedOS. Now everybody tells me that it is very easy and that should not be a reason to go with RedOS and blah blah blah. I prefer RedOS. It has a bunch of nice to haves. Now I'm not sure. Maybe you can pitch in, Mr. Uras. How much configuration possibilities you have on the 2.4? Is it a bit like the Rhetoric? You can select your hot end, main boards, end stops, all of that. If they do, then maybe I put some RedOS on it. Yo, MP customized. Who busy? Thank you. Yeah, we are finally putting stuff in printers again. I hope so. I hope so. So we need this part right over here. I need multiple camera angles these days. Let's start with this one. We need bearings. So the PB5 bearing, which is the special one I already showed off. This is a brass insert with the swiveling, a swiveling thing in there. We need those. It's the same as VCore. You choose whatever you like. You're making the right noises, Mr. Juras. I might just give it a try then. Yeah, absolutely. Do you also have that really nice to have to get all your boards communicating to each other? Except for that initial, you have one section in there on the Rhetoric manual that you do have a little bit of a USB connection with some stuff like that. Probably going to be the same steps. We are almost using the same boards. We also using BTT Octopus and all of that. So I believe if I just follow the rhetoric manual. Yeah, yes, he says. So, yeah, I might try Red OS in that case. Sounds like a good plan, Mr. Russ. All right, we are out of the madness. Back to assembly. Yay for me. So we need 3 M3 of these little fuckers in there. Helix, do you have a staggered startup due to current draw planned on these Vorons? Nope. I should be totally fine if I don't put in any heated chambers, which I'm not planning to, like we already explained why. If you don't know why, I am happy to explain it to you. All right. Oh, I forgot you're in Europe, you lucky bastard. Yes, I am, Mr. Helix. 220 volt gang. Sucks to be an American. Although I have heard that they do start implementing those better power phases and all of that. Or is that only if you're near some industrial complex? Now, something very interesting I also figured out on the gantries is that some holes they drilled are not deep enough. And, not sure if you can hear it. This is not very confidence inspiring. Maybe we need the slop. That's probably why the spring is included. If I have to guesstimate, the spring will have some function, or like this in the back. It's not in the manual, I'm just guessing right now, but that is probably for the backlash. Yes, trying both seems like a good plan. So aren't you leaving one frame prepared for index? No, not with Vorons. I have my Sovel SB08 right up there. That is going to be my index brother. Add the other 3 joints by repeating the same steps. Cool, so we have to do this 4 times. And then we need to slam it on the printer. All right, my fancy bearing. I believe that index is an awesome system. Now, as far as my stuff goes, I am not into multicolor at all. The only reason I am liking it is for supports, the ease of support removal, but the stuff I print, yeah, very hard to put in a support material that is playing nice with the temperatures we are working with, and most of the time that is going to give you more problems than it's worth, in my opinion. So still undecided. But the Sovel one is definitely going to be an index brother. Now I did reach out to index. They got silent. They are probably also slammed by everybody and their dog about it, so I'm not mad about it, not at all. Not going to get it for free. That is also not the intention of getting it for free. We are going to start paying more for everything that we want to use. I do, however, value the people that are still reaching out. We had a company this weekend, Siraya Tech, reached out to me. They want to work with me. on the filament side, and I might take him up on that. Just to have some filament laying around. If we do some videos that we need some prototyping filaments for, I believe that is a very nice collaboration to have. I had this with Polymaker. I still have it. If I send him an email then, or talk to my contacts, he's most definitely willing to send it over. But changing out brands, never hurt anyone. I do like more the filaments from Siboor more than Polymaker. Polymaker is fine, good filaments, but Siboor has all the fancy ones. Helix, only if your region qualifies for subsidies. So you mean to get 220, 400, all of that? It depends on subsidies? It really blows my mind that some countries still are on 110 these days with all the electrification going on, air conditioning. It's a good thing, by the way. It's more efficient, a lot more efficient to go electric with everything. Now in Europe, they are also pushing the electric car. So dear God, if they ever do that in America, you guys are so screwed. We already have Belgian companies that are qualifying to get a hookup to the grid. And right now the grid is saying, no thank you, we're full for the foreseeable future. And we have one of those big ass companies building a big ass factory, and now they have to run diesel generators just to be able to get production running because the grid is full. This is the world we're living on right now. It's absolutely madness. You can start thinking about the whole electric car thing, right? Do you prefer a factory that provides work, revenue, all the good things over electric cars in this case? Are we really that dumb? Nice, pre-assemblies are done. And 3x6 bolts, and these will go into the bearing blocks. 3x6, those will be these ones right over here. I'm going to change out the camera because it is time for mounting. Yay! There we go. So we need to mount it on these boys, and we need to mount them like that. So our assembly we have done needs to be sitting on these. Very straightforward. 4 bolts on each. They do have enough Loctite on them, I believe, to not worry about it this time. That saves me some time. Very nice. Wrong key. And I smack my head. Cool. You don't want to know how much I bump my head on my rhetoric every time I think, you know what, I'm going to take a look. Bang, there you go. Now the added weight is now doing this. So the linear rails right now, so the high ones, they have enough stick to just stay at location. And it looks like just by putting these on, these are a few grams, that is no longer the case. All right, you want to be a little bit up closer probably. It is pretty far away. There you go. Ah. Hallo Vlaming, let's go. Hello to you too. Helix just went up the studio to find my GDQ2 bed has been on all night due to spaghetti detection. And there was only 4 rectangles on the bed. What the fuck? Seriously, cheaty engineers. Yeah, you will see it on my Christmas video too. I gave the Cheaty Plus 4 a last chance, I would call it, to do something meaningful. Spoiler alert, it failed again. Yeah, now they did some firmware changes, they did some studio changes. They are just making it worse with the update. I mean, now with every every time it is doing the next layer, it will wipe the nozzle. Why? I have no clue. I can't find that feature in Orca. So, or it is baked in into the start G code or something like that, or oh my god, I am so freaking done with Cheaty. Man, I cannot wait to get rid of this brother. I'm going to try and keep it civil because the Cheaty infuriates me. Every day I use it, I just want to burn it to the ground. It is horrendous. It was such a good printer before the box, and now they are just absolutely destroying it. Do not update. That is the advice I will give you. Do not update if you are on the older firmwares and do not get the box. Do yourself a favor. And do not listen to the positive people. Yes, it kind of works. No, it's totally not worth it. Get Index. Get a Soval SV08 for cheap. So this is one of the mounts. This is still sticking. The other one, not so much. There we go. 2 more to go. Sorry for my little ramble, but this is what the GD Plus 4 is doing to me. It makes me so angry. I have never been so angry at a printer before. I have been frustrated, like with the Sidewinder Artillery X1, shitting the bed and all of that, but dear god, GD is just on a different level now. Of hate, I mean. That's maybe an idea, Mr. Helix, if you're still here. Maybe we can put our spicy X-Max 3 on Rat OS. That would be super cool. We have the engineer sitting in the chat. Well, the ex-developer, sorry, Mr. Russ. You can help us out, right? With the spicy software. If you want some more details, I will private message you one. I'm only teasing right now. I don't want to make a lot of promises on what we are doing. Lambeck, yes, you're Lambeck. To answer the DE, the fellow Vlaming, let's go. It's a big printer now. A lot of work would say. I would say, yes, it's a lot of work. It is ridiculous how much work. We are over 30 hours on building it. And we are not even at the point that the gantry is sitting in the machine. Now we are making progress. We are doing all the right things, and I hope that we get at least one machine with a gantry in it today, but it's not looking great. If you can see all the parts sitting right over here, not looking great for today. Mr. Crazy is back. Did they say anything? Do you know if it's bad or not? How fucked are you, brother? That's what I want to know. Juras, those kits are full Highwind rails. Yes, they are. They are full Highwind rails. Now I have to say, the only rails I really used except for Highwind are the ones from Redrick, and I believe the quality on those is just very good. In comparison on how everything feels, it all feels kind of the same, which is a big compliment, I believe, for Ratrick and the rails they are purchasing. Not sure what brands they are using. Most of the time, if it's nameless, yeah, it's anyone's guess at that point, but they do look decent. Very consistent also. They do feel like high ones. Now comparing them to each other by memory and feel. I do believe that the biggest difference is going to be the play that the rails will be having. Lateral play, so the load, the play they will have on load, that will probably be the quality difference. But feel free to pitch in if that's wrong or not. Now this one on the corner is also a lot less stiff. Now they are not greased or oiled right now. I just cleaned them up. I need to oil everything before we are doing anything serious on it, but to avoid getting stains all over me, they are now dry. We will lube them up real good in the future. Right, gentlemen? Real good. You have to get under an MRI. That is no good. I told you, brother, that you're pretty fucked. And you will not be working in the next months. Too much moist. Now playing Tarkov. Nice. I'm a little bit jelly right now. I would like to join you, but maybe tonight. If I still feel like it, because these videos are exhausting most of the times. So first part is done. We got all our blocks in there. So that is very nice. Now let's see what they want me to do now. We need to put in belts. You're kidding me. God damn it, belts, 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 belts. 9mm belts. So we have two types of belts. We have 6mm belts and we have the big ass belts. So they are using the bigger ones for the Z. I'm actually a little bit surprised. So, I think it would be a great idea to put a zip tie around it, just to try and keep my sanity. So I am going to zip tie this brother. All right. Now, I do believe we get a whole lot of this, and I don't think we have enough belts to do that. So, the kits, they are only providing us with one loop. That means we will have to cut these up. That's unfortunate. That also means that this is pointless. We need to cut our belts. Let's look at the Voron manual and see if they have recommendations on valve length. Because otherwise, we are so screwed if we miscut. I do believe I have 9mm belts sitting on my desk if I screw up, so it's not a major fuck up. Or are we going to do the pre-assembly without the belts and route them afterwards? In the Vora manual, they are doing the belts after we got the gantry in. So what am I going to do? I think it's going to be easier to get my belts in after the fact. So that means we are not going to bother with our belts. The Chaotic Lab is recommending me to put on the belts now because we are going to mount the mounting blocks, but yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. Cool, so what I can see right now is this is going to be hard. We need to build our frame. So we need to remove this one again. And we have to build our first bracket. Yeah. And we need to also put it upside down. So I'm going to start with inserting these. Mr. Helix, not preloaded with high rails and blocks. I'm not sure what the preload is on these. Now, these are 9mm rails. And as far as I know, the 9mm rails don't have a lot of options on preload. Now there is a number on here. I have seen on the manual that if you look it up, you can see if it's medium, light or heavy preloads. They are not giving a number, so I can look it up, but I believe there is some preload on these. Why is that important? Maybe you can give me that answer, why preload is important. I have a suspicion, but I want to see if you have a different opinion than me. So we got our first gantry assembled. We need to turn it around like this. And we need to mount these colorful blocks with these bolts. Okay. It's not these. It's these guys with the little slot in the middle. So this one fits in there now, like that. Because we need to mount it upside down. All right, I got it now. Cool. So I will get you a little bit closer so you can see what we are doing. Yeah, good enough. We need to get the bolt in. And it will be sitting something like... Now, we do need our T-nut right over here. I don't see my T-nut. Ha! These are in the wrong way, it looks like. I might have done my assembly wrong on that one. Yeah. So, do we have lefties and righties? That is now probably the thing that I will have to look out for. I did not check it. Yeah, indeed, it looks like we have lefties and righties on these tensioning blocks. Cool. Then we didn't make a mistake. I hope. They do not seem to say me what the orientation should be on the bearing. So I hope we are not shooting ourselves in the foot. Now the picture does look like the bearing location is good. And the other one is anyone's guess. Yeah, anyone's guess. Only one way to find out, unfortunately. And that's by doing it. So there we go. Just like that. We have this brother right over here. And now we need to put it in like that. Now they are asking for the belt. The belt is not on there. So that means that we will need to remove this boy. Oh, it really looks like we need to get a belt in. Because if my presumptions are correct, this bolt needs to be sitting in the printer. So we made this block with the special bearing in, and I believe this is all going to fit in with the springy sprung thingy. Yeah, I think we need belts. I think that is going to be horrible to adjust for it if we don't do it. Dang it. Okay, so I have here minimum recommended belt cut lengths. 1200 millimeters for the 350 millimeter spec. Let's get our belts in, brothers. I'm going to mark my table. If it's long enough. At 1200. So that is going to be sitting over here. And now we know how long our belts needed to be. So like I said, I have spare belts, GT2, 9 millimeters. These were meant to go in the Ratrick EPDMs. My belts are the EPDMs. So let's say that we are going to give it about an extra 2 centimeters before we cut them. Let's triple check. 1200 for the 350 millimeters. So I already made a little mark. Let's do a sanity check with my measuring device. It would be nice if they provide you with belts that are pre-cut. It avoids you from having to order if you screw up. Yeah, so right now we have 121.8 of belt going on. I think that will be just fine. It's a millimeters, by the way, so a meter 20. All right. If it's not right, we are fucked, boys. Dear God. There it goes. First one. Mr. Helix, preloading helps to eliminate clearance, or what we call slop here in Kentucky. We don't like slop. Not in my printer. I don't like slop in my printer. That's for damn sure. That's number 2. Mr. Crazy, you learn from screw-ups. Yes, I'm not screwing up. I am just very careful right now. I was thinking of doing it, but looking further in the manual, I learned that I sometimes just need to go a few points further in the manual to see that what we are doing, is it a smart choice? So I was planning on not installing the belts, but then after seeing that we have to do all sorts of things, the belts need to be in there. Then this is our last part and we should have plenty left. Yes, so it does look like we didn't fuck up that part. Yes! Yay for me. Now, let's get back to our manual, because now we need to put in brackets. There we go. Mr. Helix, those EPDM belts we ordered may be okay, but I think we need to be ready for expensive Kevlar plus glass infused belts. I don't think so. These EPDMs are rated to 165C, so we are not going over 100. But please say I'm wrong and why I'm wrong. Okay, so the first one. This will be what it looks like. Can you see that? No, you can't. Let me get you closer, brothers. Scooty a little bit closer. Yes, there we go. It's a me, Mario. All right, so we need to have Loctite ready. And they are asking me for M5 by 14. 14. So those are those long boys, and we need the same ones in M3 that are these brothers. All right, and we need our Loctite because it is again a poor application of Loctite. That is a 1 and that is a 2. Yes, we need this one and we need our belt. So this is definitely not gonna slip. We have done something similar, similar, the same in the rhetoric with our own CNC tool head, with our, what I'm calling the stock plus. We only had about a centimeter of belt, so there is a little bit of a tooth design going on, and we only had 1 centimeter, and that was plenty for the rhetoric. So what we can see right now is more in line of 3 centimeters. Yeah, that is very, very plenty. Sorry for my bad English. Somebody called me out today for my horrible accent. What are you talking about, horrible accent? No, my horrible accent. Yeah, not being an American does that to you, right? I'm trying, at least I'm trying. Didn't even answer. I'm like, at least I'm trying. It was also very weird to hear yourself on camera if you're editing and all of that. I can already tell you that much. Now you get used to it. You get used to it. So this is what I'm talking about. That right over here. So we have that teeth integration thing going on. And then the belt sits in there like that. And then we have our little clamping block. So this part right over here that we need to put a bolt in, and then put that on top upside down, and then your belt is just never getting out anymore. That also means that if we need to replace belts, it is going to be an absolute nightmare, I just figured out. And these are the RF. So the belts that they delivered are your, what I would call, box standard edition. So the RF, very good for VFA apparently. Not so great for high temp. Now, I still believe that for 60 degrees we are mostly going to be fine. I'm not too worried about it. These are not going to be spicy, and even for the rat trick is also... We did a little test a few weeks back just because I wanted to know what the max temperature was. We reached around 66, 67 degrees on the rat trick with the active chamber heater, which is actually pretty insane because the rat trick is a big print to begin with, and it's sitting in a massive, somewhat insulated closet. So to get it at 67 with a 500 watt internal heater and then the bed on, yeah, call me impressed. But I think for most 3D printing things, 67 is still fine. Even the electronics on the tool heads are not even struggling. Quite surprised. They do have temperature limits, like the beacon has a temperature limit, but I have yet to find the limit. And apparently they now have a second iteration on the tool head boards. So from BTT, the EB, I'm going to say something is probably not correct, 36, 42, some of those. So that's where you hook everything up on the board. And those got also a temperature bump too, 75 degrees I believe. So yeah, everything not peak pack ultim is going to be absolutely fine. All right, one corner done. We need to do the other corners right over here. Yes, there you go. Grabbing my bolts. It's fun, finally, doing some assembly work. Hell yeah, brothers. That is one thing you guys in America have, that we don't. The love for cars. Well, we do have the love for cars, but we get punished for it. You guys, it's all free game. Or at least it looks like it. You can have an absolute shit box that barely has any function on it, and that's fine. And meanwhile, if I put an air filter on my car, I get fined for it. That's how stupid Europe is these days. A tuning tax. Yeah, because an air filter is really doing anything special, right? Besides making some cool intake noises. All right, let's try to get our bolt in. Loic did. Now I'm going to probably disappear from screen. No, still in it. Nice. Mr. Helix. The area over the 200C bed will easily reach 150, 160 further that we are away from the bed. The better though. Yes, very true. But the belts are fine, I believe. We can do some thermal probing, and we will. After New Year, like I told you guys, right now I'm all into my farm build thingy. We still need to do the complete corner in the back. There is no electricity in that corner. Never thought I would do it, so there is none. Not sure how I will do it. The easiest and the fastest way will be building everything on top of the walls instead of in the walls. So my walls are double-sided, so I can run cables. But the problem is right now, those don't have cables running in the wall and no outlets. Unfortunate. So I will or run my wires on the wall because nobody will see it, or just run extension cables from the electric closet is just sitting next to it, so I can basically just run one wire out of it that is straight from a fuse, then put on a big ass 220 volt industrial so the industrial sockets, so the blue ones, and then run extension cables, industrial extension cables from that. That is right now what I'm having in my head of doing so. It also means that if my farm project does not turn out the way I hoped, I don't have a bunch of ugly crap running on my wall. Now I do believe this is never going to fit. I do believe that we have quite a high chance of making it in the printing world. I got one comment saying that he doesn't see the point in 3D printing services. That is because you are thinking like somebody that never has run a business, my brother. The money is not in the small game. And if you don't know what I mean with that, people like you and me that are not business owners. My customers will be businesses, and those people are looking for people like me that can do fast turnover on prints, can help with design, can help with thinking along the problem, providing that service, and then giving them that solution. And I think the money is in that part of the 3D printing business. That and some, people that just need 100 parts of something. We already have somewhat of an offer from someone, also a friend. I still need to quote him. For next year, 100 parts deal going on. That will be my first kind of a big paycheck. I think my biggest so far, so I'm quite excited for that one. Did I use the correct bolt? Yeah, it's the correct one. So this is the last bracket. And now I think we need to grab our printer back and put all of this on there. Now there are some slots in these brackets right over here where my key goes in, and I believe that the belt will have to go through that point. But right now they are just showing me to bundle up the belt. Not going to do that, or do we? Let's see what the next step is going to be. So that has been done, and now they are showing me a printer. Yeah, we need to get a printer. What I'm going to do with you? We do not have room for this. Do not fall on the ground, please. Please, good sir, don't drop. Yeah, there we go. Yes, very nice. Let's go. All right, exciting part, for me at least. It looks like we are putting in the gantry. Hell yeah, brothers. Big exciting moment. Big exciting moment. Now, how am I doing this without screwing up? Now they are showing me that the X gantry is already in there. So the rail we made in the beginning of the video, it isn't for now. I think we will figure out if that is going to be a problem or not. Like I can see right now, it might. So that means assembly work needs to be done. All right. We need more room. We need more room. Where is my room at? Yeah. Are they showing me how to put in the X gantry? The XY, so we need to get back to the parts of Chaotic Lab. Are they showing me how to put in the X and what bolts to use? M3x6 with Loctite. M3x6, and these are flat capped. If I have to take a guess, probably these. Yeah, we found the correct ones. So close, guys. One moment. Let's grab our X-axis. There we have it. This will need to sit up here. Or something like that. Yes, yes, yes. Now the red bracket on the bottom of on here is making it a lot harder than it needs to be. So I'm going to add a little bit of Loctite on it or not. These are not that screwed. Great. So let's put these one in. These are the teeny tiniest bolts I have ever seen a gantry be tightened with. We have all this awesome CNC stuff, and then we tighten this with the tiniest of the tiniest bolts. Is this a mistake? I am going to tighten them when it is in the system. Just giving them a little snug, and then we are going to tighten them. Be glad you are... I need to read it. Be glad you are not in my workshop, then, Eve. I have no room since I live in a small apartment. Yes, I know. I am complaining. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Thomas. I am very sorry. But you know what I mean. Building 5, not having room. Yeah, we are managing. We are managing. You see, it is in. We got the X in it. X is gonna give it to you. Right, let's get the belt over it. Because right now, finally, with some delay, it is gantry time. I'm quite excited for this part. Because this is gonna make it look like a printer. Oh yeah, the X gantry already made this frame so much stiffer. So we need to tilt it. If I have to do a little guess. Yes, yes. Somebody is texting me. Probably the wife. I think she has news. So getting these in. Oh, there's one. That one wanted to go. It said, yes, let me go in. Yeah, I will need to lift this one. That one is in. So yeah, the ball thingy bearing. They are in, brothers. Oh my god. Oh no, I screwed up that one. They are almost in. We pulled them out, unfortunately. You stay in there. Come on, brother. Get in there. You stubborn piece of equipment. Yeah, so how am I going to manage that? So why are you not going in there? What are we doing wrong? So we got 3 out of the 4 in there. And we have one corner right over here that is just not wanting it. Not at all. Now, is something not installed correctly in the end stops? That is probably the first thing I will need to check. It looks like this block might be not okay. Oh my god, do I need to remove it again? Do I need to remove you again? It might. We have celebrated too early. Darn it. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. We got too excited. We got too excited, brothers. Nothing we can't fix. Nothing we can't fix. Don't worry about it. You can just skip this part. Yes, without dropping it, it is back on the table. And I believe when I tightened these blocks, I'm going to turn over the camera again. So learn from my mistakes. If you ever think about building one, when we were tightening these with the belts, these are probably not pushed all the way up the tube. That is easy to check out. This is not the correct one. So that is one mistake we probably made. Yeah, so that one was definitely not hooked up all the way. Now I do believe if I leave it a little bit loose, it is not a big problem. Yeah, so the problem with these blocks right over here is we don't have an end stop. And do we have them on this one? No, also not. So what is the game plan? What are they telling me right over here? Before we go any further. Okay. Z joint kit. Let's get back to our previous one. So it's really good that we are going back and forward so we don't absolutely screw ourselves. Yeah, so they are not telling me jack shit. Thank you, KL Clap. We will need to figure out ourselves. So the game plan is going to change. We are going to put them on, but a little bit loose, a little bit. So we have room to play around with the gantry. That is going to be our game plan. So that is our problem. Now I do believe that we can push it against the linear rail, but the problem is the linear rail, you had to measure it. So that means if you push it and the rail is not perfectly aligned, it is not going to fit. So this will enable us to do just that. Give it a little bit of a wiggle room. I'm going to press them all the way in and then we can fine tune it afterwards. So ready for a second attempt, I would say. This time it is going to fit. I am very sure. All right, second attempt. Now we know for the next ones, but I do believe that we will have to finish up some other stuff first. My God, my nose is leaky. So sorry for that. Ugh. Maker Viking, no worries. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes. But yeah, I wish I had your workshop. Yes, a lot of people actually send me in private that they do like what I'm doing, the workshop and all of that. And it is the best of the worst. So we were constrained in space. We couldn't go bigger. But in the meantime, I do have something of a 35 square meter shop. So I'm very, very blessed and I'm extremely happy. If I ever move, it is to go in a bigger space. We'll see if that ever needs to happen or not. We can absolutely vlog the shit out of that one, if we ever do. You immediately fell in love with the workshop. Yeah, I'm still in love with mine. I absolutely love it in here. Someone needs to create an innovative way to make alum channels straight. Yeah. All right, are we ready for a second attempt? Maybe have a little pick-me-uppy wasser. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to read a message real quick. It's the wife. All right, she got a bunch of good news, it seems. Very happy for her. She is in between jobs. It didn't go very smooth, let's call it like that. But it seems like everything is going okay, so I expect my wife to come home very happy. And that makes me very happy, because happy wife, happy life. All right, second attempt. Fingers crossed this time. Now, I do believe I figured out the problem. Get in there. Why are we crooked? Yeah, so this ball isn't in there. All right, that's good. This one is aligning, and now we need this brother to not be annoying. Yeah! We did it! It's in! It's in! Brothers, it's freaking in. Let's go. So happy. We got the gantry in. Now we need to tighten everything. We might have just fucked us again. Because it is sitting on these blocks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. It is in, but what I can do before we do anything worse is I am thinking, and I believe this is going to be a 2-stage, and I'm going to tell you what I'm planning to do. All right, I'm going to give you a little close-up. We are going to do some unnecessary assembly. All right, so we got everything in. The problem is the bolts in the bottom are loose, but we have everything aligned correctly, as it seems. Now the problem is we need to remove it back again to get at the bottom, but we do have our bolt locations right over here. So every corner has this bolt location, which if I now put in a bolt just for assembly purposes, remove it again, turn it around, tighten it, I can remove them again. So it's a 2-part process. Yes, I believe so. Now, I am not really that stoked on how these need to be aligned. There is a lot of room for doing whatever the fuck you want, and I do not like that in an assembly. I do not like that. So, I think we are just going to do what I told you guys, and we will see. We will see. All right, bolts. I think I removed them. Here they are. I swear, guys, we are getting somewhere with this build. But I want to do it right once and not have to redo everything because I'm a blistering idiot. 2, 4, 2, 4. Critical thinking, that's also called. And I believe that is what our younger generation is going to miss. Critical thinking. If there is no instruction or AI telling you whatever the fuck you need to do, you need to be able to come up with a solution yourself. Don't be an idiot. Now, AI. Let's talk about that. AI. Awesome. Yes, that is true. Almost done, lol. I wish, Maker Viking, I wish. Talking about AI. How do we like it? I like it. Now, I don't like everything, but I do like it helping me writing texts that need to be somewhat formulated without sounding like an absolute idiot. So that is most of the time the reason I use AI. And I also use it sometimes for cross-referencing stuff I want to purchase. Or if I'm undecided on should I buy this, should I buy that bearing, why should I buy this bearing and not that bearing. And I found that AI can indeed give you somewhat of a interesting advice. And most of the time also cross-links to the websites claiming all of that stuff, so you can do your due diligence and check it for yourself. Mr. Helix dropping out for an hour. I'll be back. I will be still here. We're going at a pace a little bit slower than I hoped, but we are going nonetheless. So we have done it. Bolts are in the corners. That means that right now everything is aligning pretty nice. So the bolt thingy that we have going on, which means if I now remove it, tighten up the back, do it all again, and then remove my top bolts, we should be golden. We should be golden. So let's get this part back in. I'm not going to rotate my camera, it's just the same thing, but different. Now I also think we can tighten these, which is the x-axis. We got it squared up quite nicely. We can still loosen it if we feel any binding. But for that we need belts in there that are actually tightened, and the gantry needs to be what they call the whole z-axis squaring that it is doing, the flying gantry stuff. For that we need the flying gantry, and we cannot do that without motors and all of that. So it might be that we have to do some finessing. Let's call it like that, finessing. Same is true for the rhetoric, and I believe the same is going to be true for all of them. What you're talking about with AJ. Gotta go later. Yes. Bye, Helix. I see you in an hour or so. Mega Viking made a statement about AI. I mostly like it. I like it for coding. Oh yeah, I have used it for clipper coding, for controlling LEDs and stuff like that. Now, do not trust it to plug it in a board like an octopus BTT, or else you will burn out your pump. So like I told you in my last video, I needed to replace the screen. It is because I plugged it in the port and it was not correct. Yes, But the coding behind the pump was correct, not the port I had to plug it in. So AI had absolutely no clue how to wire it up on the BTT itself. But the coding was correct. All right, I did the thing. So I tightened the bolts we will no longer be able to reach. I found this a very interesting way of assembly. Not sure if I'm really stoked about that. Now, I do think we will have some gantry squaring going on. I know with Rhetoric you can do a calibration process to get the skew correct. And that is most definitely also something that we will need to calibrate for. All right, the ones in the bottom are now installed again. This is only my third attempt. Mr. Stocken is here. I can see your name. If you're watching me struggle, it is the third time. But we figured out the easiest way, I would say, to get the stuff in this time. We figured out a lot of stuff in the meantime. Yeah, we got it in. Thank God. So, the trick worked. That means we can remove these bolts again. It's good for coding, brainstorming, music making, writing text and planning. I don't like AI generated images for models on STL repositories. Yes, I believe you are absolutely correct. I like AI until the point we get to the generated images and videos, then I'm out. I have yet to see anything useful coming out of that garbage. Stocken TV, welcome to the show, my man. Do you use a torque wrench or any other tool to make sure things are not tightened too much or little? Well, we did a little attempt in the second live stream and it turned out the one I had was absolute garbage. So no, everything is by feels. Now I do have a lot of experience in my field of tightening bolts in all sizes and you get a feel for it after a while. But I would definitely suggest you to get one of those. They are quite expensive, so I would definitely, we had a little discussion about Mititoyo, for instance. I believe that is going to be a very good reason why I would invest in expensive tools. So for calipers, digital calipers like these ones, I think it is mostly fine for what we do to get a very cheap one. What is not going to be fine is going to be your torque wrenches. Those need to be from some sort of a quality because they might be good in the beginning, but most of the time they will start to fail very fast in comparison with the more expensive ones. And if you are doing an assembly like this, it might be a good decision for me to buy one of those. But you're looking at a 100-150 euro torque wrench. Now I could write it off, but I have trust in myself. That's the first. I do trust my process, and I didn't use it for my Rhetoric, and it was fine. It was absolutely fine. All right, so we need springs, 4 of them, and we need the little red caps on the bottom. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to give you a very clean view, maybe on this one right over here. So the gantry is going to be tensioned under a spring. And I'll show you on this one. We need 1 spring. The annoying part is that everything is now sitting right here on the bottom. This getting those in is not very handy. We need to get the spring in like this according to the picture, and then we need our tensioning knob, and you cannot see shit because my focus isn't right. Alright, second attempt, boys. You're doing great. And now, I demand you to focus on that part. Are you? Or just being annoying camera? So, second attempt. Yeah, it looks like we are good to go. So there is a spring, and I can show you it with this piece. So this block is sitting right here in the corner. We have done our assembly on it. Now we have to put in a spring like that on the bottom. There will be a bolt sticking out, and then you will need to put this on that bolt, and it will look something like this under the gantry. So let's get the spring in there, and now we need to get that bolt in here. First one. Let's go. So I just tightened it so it's no longer sitting on the tube like that, and now I'm going to do the rest of them. I'm going to give you a look like that. Well, Mr. Helix, I thought you had to go somewhere. Holy shnikes, you guys have been busy. That's just 10 square meters smaller than my whole apartment. Haha, oh my god, Mega Viking, I'm so sorry. I don't want to make you feel bad. I have some comments from people, respectful, but you can just feel the pain of seeing a shop like this, and I do wish anybody a shop like this, truly. It did cost a heck lot of money, I can tell you that one. Eve does very well with the space he has. I'm impressed. Thank you, Mr. Helix. That is not Yasser. I have no clue what Yasser means. Awesomeness. Yep, that's true. Almost done. Dropping out for an hour. Oh my god, I just missed all of that. So sorry. Or it just popped in. I have no clue. So yeah, last one was Stocken TV. Yeah, so you got your answer. Welcome back, by the way. Very happy you dropped back in the stream. Okay, now this corner. We need to get our spring in there. Lift it. There we go. Now this is very different from what the Sovel is doing. I can already tell you that much. With Sovel, everything is rigidly mounted. With this one, it is not the case. I really like what I see right now. This is exciting. So we do have a decoupling of the Z joints and the... Well, a decoupling, it's not really a decoupling. It is just using a spring to push everything together. What would be the benefit? What would be the benefit of something like this? I wonder. Expansion? Is it so we have some sort of bimetallic separation? Mechanical, bimechanical separation? Something like that? Must be. This is the only thing I can think of why they would do it like that. Now you lost little fucker, get on there. Yeah. So lightly mounted, that's what I'm going to stick with for now. I do believe we do not have to tighten it right now all the way. Just slightly. So this is now riding. Woohoo! Look at this, brothers! Oh yeah, so we do have decoupling. So you can see we can have decoupling right now. You see this? So that means that if we are going to our, it's called quad gantry. Yeah, that was the name I was looking for. So that means that we can do our quad gantry and still have our movements. Super cool stuff. The more you know, right? I believe it. Thank you. You believe it. The Death Miner. Welcome back. Welcome back. Nikolai Owns. Hey, from Denmark. We have the same haircut. Do you? So you are as bald as me. And everything dropped down, you mean? You should see the hair on my back and my chest. It is insane. Getting in the 30s, it's just like weeds these days. Gladlich Jul. Yeah, I don't speak Danish, I'm sorry, but I might translate it later. I am Dutch. I might sound a little bit like German or whatever you want. But I do not speak Danish, unfortunately. Now, the second part is going to be... Haha, Z-belt routing. Cool. So we are going to have a flying gantry after this. Now, should I pre-lift it? That is probably going to be the best. How am I going to pre-lift it? With this. Would this be enough? Yes, I think so. So thank you, BTT, for including all the boxes, because right now I'm using you for this stuff. Sweet. Sweet, yes. Let me grab another one for the back. So we kind of have some sort of a very close to aligned thing going on. That's not going to work because we have linear rails. Oh well. Yeah, so we're going to just do this. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. There we go. By the way, in which country do you live? Belgium. Belgium, that little country that said to the EU, you know what? We probably made the news recently with Bart de Wever about the whole getting funds out of a company to give it to another country. Not going to get in all the politics, but yes, very small country. I mean, Merry Xmas, yes. Thank you so much. I will be doing, or I think I will be doing a Christmas live stream. So yeah, feel free to join. The 25th, that will be. Okay, so they are giving me some sort of a look on how the belt routing should be looking, and it looks like, yeah, I am left on my own. That is basically what I'm now seeing. So we need to get it in this hole. And back up again. Am I in the hole? That's what she said. It is a very dark hole. Oh my god, I'm canceling myself so hard. Now I do love a good office meme. So sorry not sorry. There we have it. There we go. Do we have the correct belt alignment? That is going to be another great question. Yes, we do. first belt in. Now we probably need to go through the mount and back through the mount. No, that is a one-way ticket. Yeah, just like that. Through the idler, and then I'll need to check the manual. It's horrible. The manual is horrible. It does look, from what I can see, we need to loop it around like this. There is a little slot on there. There is a little slot and the belt needs to go through there before we mount it on the corner. So we will definitely be squishing the chisel out of this belt. Now, belt length, very important. Now it's a Z-axis. I'm not too worried about the Z, but we do have belts that are not equally as long. Did I just fuck myself again? Yes, probably yes. I'm going to do a better job on the XY. I believe that for the Z it's going to be fine. Feel free to say I'm not. 5x14 bolts. Ah, bad road country. Yeah, I believe so. Very bad at some locations. It is a pit hole city sometimes. And it's absolutely crazy because we pay huge amounts of taxes, road taxes, and you can wonder what they are doing with that money, right? Now, it is also a little bit of a problem that almost any country in the EU that needs to go from one side of Europe to the other one drives through Belgium. Especially if you're coming from the Netherlands and you want to go to France. There's really only one fast way, and it is Belgium. Alright, so I am not feeling that hot about the belts that I didn't pre-measure them. Now it's too late to get them out. I'm already telling you that. They are not coming out again. Yeah. We'll see. So I'm going to leave it a little bit loose. Oh no. So all the idlers were maxed out. That is also not something I would like to see. That means that it's probably a better way to loosen my idlers and then tension them. This is probably all on the Voron manual, but yes. Figuring out as we go. That is probably a bit too much. There we go. Do we have some slop? Yes. Then we have some room to tension these. My gantry is almost flying. Sweet. We got our first belt in. Hell yeah. We are making progress. Only thing is I have to do it 5 more times. Good Jule. Ah yeah, you are from the same country. No, Make Viking is from Norway, right? But you probably are very close to each other, so you probably understand each other a little bit. It's like Germans kinda understanding Belgians, although it's a different language, right? Nikolai, what's the build volume on this Voron? This build volume will be a 350 millimeters cubed version. Now, next question. Why a 2.4? You wouldn't be the first one, so ask away if you want. Do we have enough tightening capability? Yeah, so I'm going to be better off to loosen these idlers as much as possible before I commit. Oh, hello, sir. Can you go back in? Yeah, now I screwed myself. The bolt dropped out. Yeah. Live stream. Great to go. Get back in there, please. I'm asking you nicely. Yes, we got it. I'm definitely going to tighten these more now, the belts I mean. We do have some adjustment room, but it is not as much as I would prefer. Second attempt. Still loose. Build quality looks great. Yes, it's a Siboor 2.4 R2 August version. So it's basically the latest revision, so the R2, revision 2 of the Voron 2.4, and Siboor is known for all their CNC variations of Voron kits, and they are using, which I didn't know, it wasn't in the marketing material when I was looking it up, or I didn't read enough into it, that they were using name brands like Chaotic Lab. So right now I am super stoked to have a decent brand CNC in there. We have used some brands that were very questionable lately, like Fanzor. That was one of those brands that was not doing hot. All right, for the next one, I'm going to get you a little bit closer. One belt in, super excited. 4 to go, 3 to go. Hello there, Mr. Tactical Printing, another Vlaming. Welcome back to the stream. We are getting somewhere. If you just dropped in, we are getting somewhere. The gantry is in, the first unit. We have done about 15 hours of prep in the weekend, so we could get at this point. And now it is mostly jamming everything together in the printer. So yeah, super exciting. We did do in the beginning of the stream about 1 hour of unpacking those freaking white baggies again. So that was unfortunate. And my table is absolutely plastered with bolts and nuts. All right, then get it through the idler, but first I'm going to loosen that one. Yeah, I think we are at the very end of that travel. Get it in here, put it down, and now we need our fancy bracket. So it has a little slot in there, and at the bottom there is a little bit of a cutaway for the belt. So that means we have to now I have to cheat. You have to put it in the slot like this. So the cutaway is at the bottom, and then we can tighten it on the frame, right here in the corner. Now I do feel like I want to measure my belts on the next one I'm going to assemble. I think I made a fatal flaw by not making them equal length, because that means that you can count your teeth that are coming out of this part right over here, and then you have full control. Now, being a Z-axis, I am not too worried about that. The problems with VFA and all of that on the Z-axis is probably nothing, but for the X-axis, I do definitely want full control on my belt length. Some people roasted my ass for my videos on Prusa Core 1, telling me all the things I didn't do right, which I did do right. They just don't look at the full video and start complaining. Right now I did make that mistake, but I figure it is not super important. There is a difference, I would say, when it's critical and when it's not. Am I using the correct bolts? Come on, look at my face. Unlock. Pretty please? No, it doesn't want to unlock. God damn it. Did I use the correct ones? Yes, I did. I speak fluid Norwegian after 15 beers. 15. Yeah. You would almost say that I had 15 beers today sometimes. It is just getting tired in my case. But yes, beer also has that same effect. My English is a lot better with beer than me. No, it's not. I'm still the shitty speaking, full of accents host. Yes. Let's tighten this brother up like that and like that. So I think I will do this for all my printers right now, just to get all this stuff off the table. We cannot continue the build without finishing this part on all the printers, because I'm losing track on all the bolts that are just all over the place right now. Lol. Yes. How long was the shipping to Belgium, and what with what it came? UPS, DHL? I think it came with UPS. I did a custom order with Siboor, so I used their business contact email information. I told them, look, this is what I'm planning, but I need a custom order, and the custom order in my case is just, I don't want these components. So I switched out a few components, like the heated bed. The heated bed will be graphite. We will use a different extruder. We are going for the LDO orbiter extruder, and we are using a different hot end, which is going to be the Rapido Ultra High Flow Plus whatever the hell. But I am going to use the same stealth burner design. The files are on my platform for the rhetoric, so I mean Orca. I laid out everything yesterday, and I'm going to do my first test print, and then maybe that's something for the Christmas stream. That is something we can do, see if that fits all together pretty well. So we got a few remixes from printables. We have the part where the hot end sits in, that is completely redesigned for the Fadis Rapido hot end. We also have a redesign for the top part so that the LDO orbiter can fit in, but we can still keep the same face shield of the stealth burner, only we are going to use the lightweight version, so with a lot of slots in there. And then to get back on the time that it took about a month. So they put it all in a truck, shipped it with a truck to some warehouse. I believe the same warehouse where they stock these, so the stock versions where they stock these. And then from there it got to my home. That way I avoided a shitload of taxes. Yeah, so they did a little bit of a trickery to get it here. That means it will take a month. And I got a nice discount for buying 5 of these and removing a bunch of the parts. Highly recommended to work with Siboor. They were very, very helpful in the process. And now doing everything, I can also say that so far the quality looks not that bad. Especially as they are using name brand components. All right, next one up. Yeah, so now we need to do some fishing with the belt again. Get it all in there. Now we need to do some more fishing. And I don't see shit right now. Hello, where are you? Yeah, there we have it. Sweet, now we need to put it through that slot right over here. I just bumped the camera, so sorry. There we go, pull that through. Now the cable of the end stop is just traveling with it, no grease. Yes, there we go. Then the idler, we need to loosen the idler again. I don't want it all the way maxed out. We need tensioning possibilities. Make a Viking, at least you believe it at that point. Lol. Not sure what you're referring to. Make a Viking. What do I believe? Can you please not use towel burner, lol? Cooling on it sucks, I know. I don't need cooling. That's the only reason. And I like the design. I can still redo everything. But right now I need these puppies running. Dev Miner. I might switch to the new fancy one. I have seen the one that you mean. But it is going to make my life a lot easier if I just stick to style burner right now. And like I said, these boys will most of the time only do hot prints because I have dedicated printers that will only do PLA and all of that stuff that needs cooling. Does that make sense? It does in my head. I believe I'm putting in it wrong. So these will all be enclosed and extremely insulated. So the goal of these printers is everything hot. I do not print with PLA, never had, and all the print jobs I have are all done in non-PLA materials that can benefit from a little bit of a heated chamber. So that's why I'm not really concerned with the cooling. So yeah, one of my PLA printers, while we're talking about PLA printers, are going to be the Soval SV08 with index. Right now it's without index, but yes, that's my PLA go-to right now. I also really like the Algu one. Algu CC right now performs fairly well, I would say, on materials like PLA and even TPU, I would say. I quite like it for TPU. Now, why the hell are you not getting in there, brother? And then we have the Prusa Core one. I also kind of like it, but we have the issue of not having our firmware adjusted for our new belts, which means I cannot do any type of cloud printing without losing the accuracy. So right now Somebody claimed on a video that he can, or a post, he can fix that for me. Now I would like to make a video on it, on how to adjust the firmware for what I want to do with the Core 1, so with 1.5 GT. Maybe DevMiner, you can help me on the right track. Yeah, so we probably have a bad T-nut in there. God damn it. Or not enough thread engagement. Let me try another bolt. Yeah, we don't have enough thread engagement on the other one. The bolts from Chaotic Lab, not impressed with them, to say the least. Even ABS needs cooling, especially for bridges. Yes, that's true. But, and this is a funny story, I would say, my cooling fan on the Red died for months, literally months. Then I needed to do PCTG that really benefits from cooling, and I was getting horrendous results. I was going like, why the hell does this not work right now? And I also figured that the printer got fairly quiet. So I was really confused. And in the end, I figured out that my hot end fan, so the cooling fan, just crapped out. Gone. It was gone. So yeah, I'm switching to the bolts that Siboor gave me because the ones I got are horrendous. They are all tapered and we don't have a lot of thread engagement and it is now no worky. Oh yeah, so much more thread engagement. I'm going to replace the other one too. That's what she said. Even ABS needs cooling, especially for bridges. Other languages are easier to speak after 15 beers. Yes, sir. That's what she said. I have zero clue about Prusa stuff. Way out of my league in terms of price. Yes, I agree. Oof, unfortunate to hear. I got 585X and man, that hot end fan sounds like a freaking jet engine. Yeah, indeed. I do like the 85X one. Also a great machine, but I try to avoid small printers these days because there is always something that does not fit the build plate. So I just said, you know what? I'm getting rid of all of them. Now, I do have my smaller ones, but I do plan on cleaning out shop after these are done. Now, DevMiner, I'm probably going to eat my head, eat my words. I have to say you're right. They do have mods to get a bigger fan in there, the Style Burner one. Now, if I will change, it's going to be that lightweight one. I'm not sure what that name is. The lightweight version of it's like Afterburner but remixed or something like that. Clue of the story, I guess we'll find out. I might overdid it on this one. Yeah, too much belt. I use my small ones for TPU, gaskets and stuff. Yes, that's probably the reason I will never throw away my Algo CC. Yeah, that one is an awesome little TPU machine so far. So I feel you. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I might try some TPU gaskets on the new water blocks I'm going to design. I do have some water cooling stuff in mind. And I might try TPU gaskets, because right now I have some of those gaskets that are giving me problems. And with problems I mean they start to deform rather quickly and then they start leaking. And I have heard good things about using TPU gaskets in water loops. So that might be worth trying it out. Cool stuff about it is that you can just print the gasket to size without having to glue it up. And if you have a see-through block, you can use colors. Oei, oei, oei. Bully music. I'm terribly sorry. You're putting yourself through this. How's the belt? You don't need to feel sorry for me. I will survive this insanity. Yeah, I think we are going to have some troubles with these belts. Now I can do this later. Let's just get the belts in and call it a problem for another day, not on stream. One more to go, then we can switch to another one. There we go. Let me read some comments first. Yeah, Bully, you don't need to feel sorry. I am actually quite enjoying myself right now. It's the tedious stuff, getting everything unboxed, getting everything on the table and doing it 5 times, that is. While grinding on interchange, you probably mean interchange. Good luck, my friend. I hope you find Kila. Up to 80 participants in the contest right now. Eve, it's getting there. Yes, I'm not going to get in the contest. I want the prizes to go to someone else. So what Maker Viking is talking about, there is a link somewhere in the comments. He is doing a giveaway, a contest giveaway on Tinker Atlas. So if you're not on Tinker Atlas right now, or if you are, then you can win some sweet prizes. I have seen the prizes, they are rather cool. I need some somethings. Bully music. I just got my Algo CC the other day. It's great. If an AMS isn't your thing, or you have no need, the printer's perfect. I agree. Almost perfect. Yeah, I really would love to see some sort of a fluid interface. Now, DevMiner and the team of Centauri, Open Centauri, I believe the initiative is called, are working on something to replace the boards as easy as possible. Plug and play, I believe, so we can get all of that. It is going to cost you a little bit of money, but then you will have all the things that you need. Now, to be absolutely clear about it, you do not need to do that. If you're happy with how the printer performs right now, there should be absolutely no need for you to consider it. Let's call it like that. There are definitely quality of life improvements that need to be done that Algo just isn't doing for some reason. So for that, I would definitely say, if you don't mind spending, not sure what it is going to cost, DevMiner maybe can pitch in on that. It will absolutely be a recommendation on my part to do it, just to get past the Algo bullshit of not doing what it needs to be doing. I believe we are almost a year into the Algo CC and they are still not using any type of bat mesh, am I right? A camp, so the local bat mesh, I mean. How the hell is that not even implemented? Is it a design problem? Not enough computing power, not enough memory, not enough whatever the fuck they skimped on? I mean, what the hell are we doing? 2025 not even having local bat meshing. Dear God. Okay, not a big ass printer, I know. It's probably fine, but still, not happy. People like me need to do stuff right now. You would also think it would be super easy to implement, right? And I think also every brand these days has that feature. They are the only ones not doing it. You're doing it wrong, Algo. Indeed. First one done, 4 more to go. And I probably need to redo all the belts while tightening and seeing, and yeah. But that is not for this stream. We are not going to put you through that suffering. Let's keep that for me only. Nice. That also means I can now remove this. And we have a true flying gantry right now. Small applause to myself. All right. It's already 1 o'clock again. Dear God. Time's flying. Yeah, tactical printing. Good idea. I have a mod. He's sitting there, Mr. Crazy. So, Mr. Crazy, if you're listening, there is a link all the way up. Can you repost it or do the things? Thank you very much. And probably I might make Mr. Viking a mod himself. Yes, I want you as a moderator. So you can check, remove, timeouts. Am I going to give you the rights to change things? Yes. There you go. Don't disappoint me, Maker Viking. You can now do the things. Yeah, it's in the link up top, Mr. Crazy, About Tinker Atlas. Don't get me started on that printer. You're talking about the Algo CC? It will be plug and play. Yes, good to know, DevMiner. We'll try to get it under 50 euros plus a CB2 plus 3 TMC 2209 step sticks. That is honestly perfectly fine in my opinion. To unfuck the Algo, I'm all for it. And if it's ready, let me know something, DevMiner. I will order it and I will show it off on camera and make a video out of it. Good? You forgot that CC runs Clipper 0.9.1 from 2020. Yeah, I knew that one. Yeah, also horrible. Tactical printing also added chamber temp sensor and controller to plug with the Panda Breathe, maybe Home Assistant integration. Well, I'm going to try and not use any thermal solutions right now. We do have a control board sitting there that should have temperature reading, but I could do that easily enough if I want. But good suggestion. I have HA integration for my Beta Panda Breathe already. I need to look into that. Panda Breathe. Not sure what that is. I have absolutely no clue what it is. I can't go too far. Maker Viking put in the link. Yes, he did. What will I do with this power? Make me rich, brother. Nope. You can change a few things, but I can't go to that far. Maybe I think it, yeah. So he did that. With great power comes great responsibility. Yes. Oh, I was only aware a short while ago what progress. Everything looks so easy for you. Okay. If you got it, flaunt it. Could you also add a tool changer to the printer if you want to? Yes. There are afterburner tool changer. So you have the style changer, the other one. But I believe if you really want a changer in there, then Index. Yeah. Not being a fanboy about Index or Bantech, but I do believe that they have the best solution on the market. And it will be copied like crazy. We'll let you know. Nice, thank you, DevMiner. That was on the CC board. Pretty sure Index can be put on a Voron. Yeah, absolutely. When it comes out, there will be a Voron kit for it. Panda Breathe is a BTT chamber heating thing. Yes, I believe someone has shown me that. It is quite compact, right? Or is that the thing that you beta tested, DevMiner? You did some beta testing on a chamber heater. Is that the Panda? I ordered it on first day. It's a chamber heater with filter from BigQ. Yeah, so I believe that Panda DevMiner has beta access. Lucky you! Lucky you. So, number 1 is done. I can already tell you, sheet thick. Sheet thick. Oh yeah, and the X alignment, it's off by a lot. I can already see it from here. We definitely have some skew going on. All right, next one. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. I forgot what I need to do. I need to get the gantry assembled partially. Let me do that first. Now, this is my workout for the day. Cool. We need this boy. We need this boy. We need a lefty and a righty on this. One moment, please. So this is a lefty and a righty. Yes. We also need our y-axis. This part, and now we can start all over again. So yeah, from this point, I think that is going to be the only thing we will be doing today. So I'm sorry. I think we reached peak streaming. But I will stay here to have a little chat if you want. Because I will be doing it anyway, so why don't stream it, right? DevMiner, yeah, it's the thing I'm beta testing. Nikolai, my wife just walked by the shop and she asked me if the dude on the video was a long-lost brother. Yes! I would say yes. We are all brothers in the end, right? Or at least that's what I would like to think. We are all one big part of it. That is the biggest thing about trying to be a YouTuber, because let's be honest, I often do a very awful job of being an influencer and all of that. Not that I care. That's also very clear, I would say. But the thing that learned me the most about doing all of this is meeting new people. That's just absolutely awesome. I have been quite of an introvert in the day. You wouldn't say now looking at me, but a lot of things have changed me in the best way possible, and doing this is absolutely one of them. Meeting you guys, talking to you, that is absolutely amazing on a personal level. That's also why I am not chasing the money. I do not care about it at all. I really like it how it is right now. I could do this for days, honestly. Do it for days. Yeah, so these need to go in there. And I feel that the type of influencer you are, because I am an influencer, as much as I hate to say it. Did I make a whoopsie? No. What did I do wrong? This needs to be on there like that, I believe. Let me cheat for a minute. Yeah, it's the other way around. So I am an influencer, but we will not be selling souls anyway. We are not selling souls. We need somebody to protect you guys from all the bullshit. Nice. So we got our frame. We still need to put in our X in there. And we are going to do the exact same thing. So that means we are going to do some assembly in the printer. We need to take it out, and we need to take it out again to fasten a few things and all of that. That also means we need a new belt. And this time I'm measuring it. So I already made a mark on the table to cut my belts right over here. But this time I'm going to use my belts and make sure they are the same length. I love your videos. Thank you, Nikolai. I do my best. I do my best. And thank you for watching, guys. This is amazing for me too. When I started 5 years back, I would have never imagined something like this. Never. So, snippy snip, first belt. And this time we are just going to mirror that. Or let's just cut it and then do the trimming at the end. They are a little bit rough sometimes, my videos. I am well aware of that. But the editing part about making videos is just the part I hate the most. I absolutely hate it. So my Macara Z1 video, while I had to edit over 50 hours of material, you can still see where I skipped some of my editing decisions. So I could do a lot of sliding in type of deals. That is what I'm talking about. Show you the shiny thing I'm talking about. Sometimes I'm like, I don't care. You get the idea. Do I really need to show you? Put the time in that. I probably should, if I want to have more views. People are on a TikTok kind of a thing going on, and if you don't have enough of frame refreshment, like I call it, then some people just tune out. They don't care anymore. But luckily enough, a lot of people still care. I think it's been a long time that people were so positive about a video as I made the Z1. So that was a really pick-me-up moment. Seeing people very happy
to have a 1-hour video about the real deal, how it is with Z1. Not that I say that all YouTubers are not doing the real deal, but let's be honest, a lot of these people are doing the pre-loaded up test prints or test cuts on the CNC and call it a day. That's not what I'm about. You're never going to get a video like that out of me. And I get it, you only have so much time. They probably review like 1 or 2 printers a month or something like that. That's absolute insanity. This one is very close. There we go. One more to go. Now, I already forgot which one I cut. Alright, it's time to focus again, because no focus means mistakes. Dear God. The maker community is awesome. Yes, absolutely. Relaxed and no bullshit. Yes. And I'm getting so annoyed by sponsored reviews. Well, apparently all my videos are sponsored these days. So that means if you receive free products, which I also did, it must be considered sponsored. I had to learn that the hard way, and there is even some regulation on it, the law, the European law, that you need to say that. And it is sponsored. Even I don't think it's like that in that way. Okay, you got it for free, but that's about it most of the time. Now, there are people that are getting money for their reviews. One of them is a lady, but she's very upfront. She's not lying about it, and I do believe that her reviews are reflecting a very honest way of reviewing it. So now I do get a little bit burned out sometimes on all the reviewing things, especially if it's a boring ass printer. Then yeah. Oh, that might be a good little good to know. We talked about the Nestworks C500 last stream, about potentially buying that unit, and I lost a bunch of money. Yes, we got into the Kickstarter. We will be reviewing the Nestworks C500, fully paid for, because I believe that is going to be the handiest tool for next year, because we are going to do a lot of very prototype-ish stuff next year. And I might use a lot of aluminium. Alright, so we are back. Same deal. Putting on brackets like that. Now we have seen on the previous one that is now sitting on the ground that what I'm doing now can be tensioned just a slight bit, a little bit, because we need to do an installation first, put in some new bolts, get the whole thing out again, and then what we are doing right now, we can give it the final little tightening. So it's a two-part, two-phase plan, what we are doing right now. That is for me right now the easiest way of getting these bastards in. Are these red brackets machined and anodized aluminum? Yes, This is a full CNC kit, although I believe that where the Z drive is in, so the bottom part of the printer, I have seen what looks like casting marks, but most of it seems to be milled, then sandblasted and anodized. That is also something that we are going to do next year. I want to dabble into the anodizing and I want to dabble in plating material. So I have a raw copper block sitting in the Radrick. I might plate it. We have the ideas for it, and I have other copper blocks we have done on the Macara Z1, and I also want to plate them in a material so we don't have fighting materials, no galvanic corrosion and all that worrying. Remember to hit the like button, peeps. Thank you, Maker Viking, for doing a better job than me. I appreciate it. So yes, leave a like on it if you want. If you truly appreciate everything, maybe become a member. $1 a month. It goes in the purse for expenses like CNCs. $1 a month. That's saying a thank you to me. I have massive respect for people who use a lot of time on setting up camera and stuff, using hours on editing videos every week. It takes way more hours than people know. Yeah, so now you get a little bit of a sneak peek on how it is without all the talking, obviously, but yeah, it is sometimes a lot. I believe the Macara Z1 was a video I produced for 3 weeks, and I did, let's say, 5 to 7 hours of hands-on time every day. I had 100 hours of CNC time in the machine, and then you get the export of all your video on it, and then you see that, holy shit, you're over 10 hours of real footage. Yeah, you need to start trimming all that stuff. Yeah, it's quite a lot of work. So then you also know why sometimes I don't put in the fancy sliding shots of something I'm talking about, because I couldn't be arsed. I'm already in balls deep for 30 hours or so, so no thank you. I made vlog videos from when I had my own machine shop, and it's hard to keep making up videos for content. Respect to content creators, thank you. I'm a machinist and I have my own machine shop for 8 years. Oh my god, we got a real engineer. With the big industrial CNC machines. Oh, what was the brand you were working with? Tormach, one of those machines. If you need any help with the desktop CNC, let me know. Right now I'm proficient, I would say. The only thing that is most annoying is the programming. That's horrible. Now, what I hope with the C500 is the one-click slicing, let's call it like that. If that is actually something worth investing in. DMG Mori. Yeah, DMG, nice company in America. They also have one of those desktop CNCs and I have been looking into it, but I figured that importing it to my country is going to be ridiculously expensive, so I didn't. I saw the C500 desktop mill. I'm very skeptical about this kind of machine for that kind of money. You can get a used industrial CNC for that kind of money. Yes, but I do believe that they are the first small scale CNC desktop type of deal that are doing it somewhat right on a big scale. So the mist cooling, 800 watt spindle. I have seen the videos from the American guy, not sure what his name is, and I loved what I saw. The DMG Mori and Okuma Tormach is not an industrial machine. What do you mean? Not an industrial machine. Am I so wrong? DMG Mori is German. I'm probably mistaking myself with another three-letter machining company in the US. I'm sorry. Still having a cold. And have Japanese machines as well. You have machines. Yep. Sounds like you were very serious on the machining stuff. Now, I am just a hobbyist and I just got into the CNC stuff. So it is like getting into the hobby when you start 3D printing for me. Very scary in the beginning. I only broke 2 bits, I believe. The very small ones, so the 1 or 1.5 millimeter ones for the very small features. If you screw up that feed and speed deal, you're done. I also figured that stopping in your material, even though it was still spinning, then I said, okay, spindle, you can stop spinning. Just saying, okay, you can start spinning again. Yeah, the bit was gone. So any little resistance that bit is going to meet will end up with a new bit. You run it or you don't run it with those bits. Now I was quite surprised on how tough those 6mm bits were, because on the Z1 video you could see the spindle bogged down completely, 0 RPM, and you could still see it drag over the copper. So yeah, I was sure that would break, but I intervened with the emergency stop. Also something very weird, they do have a tacho on it, but there is no emergency stop planned in when the spindle reads 0. They have seen the video, so I'm pretty sure that they know that they need to fix it. Now we will do the ultimate show off between the C500 and the other two. I think it's going to be a great video to see what is going to be the better pick for people at home. Because the Carvera Air comes in at about the same price, I believe, but it doesn't have the cool features that the C500 has. Now the C500 has the tool changer, but that also means that while the machine is probably around the same size, it is going to be smaller in build volume. Now for me, it doesn't matter at all. It's mostly going to be for water cooling and smaller stuff. And if I need bigger stuff, I have my sponsor for that. Am I using the right bolts? I believe so. Hurco is so easy to programming. Hurco. Yeah, also a name I never heard of. I work on DMG too, but Hurco is so easy, you learn in 2 days everything. That's good to know. Tormac is nothing you see in the industrial side. It's a big hobby machine. No shit. Call me surprised, actually. Haas is the very bottom line of industrial machines, if you ask me. Woo, that's a hot take. A lot of people swear by Haas. Now, never used it, so my opinions are invalid. All right. Let's get these suckers in here. There you go. Now I have seen some stuff last year when I went to Next. More on the 3D printing side. I made a few videos about it. Nobody cared. Awful performance of the videos. Never doing that again. That's for sure. But what I did notice is that the additive manufacturing is absolutely crazy on an industrial scale. It is mind-blowing. But also the CNC stuff you see right now, man, it's crazy what they can do right now. Why are you not doing anything? What is your problem, Bolt? Oh my god. Yeah, it's one of those very chamfered bolts that is not hitting anything. So back to using the ones that are provided with the kit. These are nice and flat at the bottom.
Now I do start to get hungry, boys. What are we going to do about that? Do I run off for 10 minutes? Put something in my mouth? I would fancy a pizza. The cheap-ass oven pizza. That means that I need to run off for 10 minutes and then check on it in 10 minutes. Having a pizza party with you guys. Would you mind? Would you mind that if I run off? I do have an intermission programmed, but you poor bastard! What have you done to yourself? Pouncy! I know. I'm quite enjoying it, Pouncy. I see the fun in building these units, so don't feel sorry for me. It's fine. And otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this live streaming thing. I actually enjoy it. Helix 151 row and Coke is the best medicine for your colds. Well, it's fine. I will survive. Oh, and by the way, your background music is awesome. Really enjoying it. Very nice. Noisy, are you a fan of printing multiple colors? No! I don't like the EMS system stuff, but tool changes like index, yes. Now, still, even if I have index, I will not be into multicolor stuff. I don't get it. Well, I do get it. It's not for me. I'm more of a designer, prototyper, that kind of a guy. And all the EMS stuff is for people that really want multicolor gizmos, and I'm not at all interested in making gizmos and other junk. We are all about prototyping and pretend engineering, I would call it. But where index would shine is to get in your second material for your supports. So to give it zero clearance, that would be the number one reason why you would want to have something like an index. And that's why I will have an index to try it out before I go all in on it. And also, now I found the reason very hard to implement, but there are probably some use cases to get flexible material and stiff material, interlock it so you have movable joints. Now, I don't think I'm quite there yet to come up with designs that would benefit from something like that. So that means that you will have a TPU interface next to something ABS or whatever you want to use. Yeah, so those are going to be my main reasons to get into it. Probably for supports, if I have to take a guess. And nothing more, honestly. Totally depends on what you do in your spare time, or the reason why you bought the printers. I can definitely say the way I review printers is not going to be the same as most of them, because most people are reviewing it in the sense of people that like to print knickknacks, and I do not like to print those knickknacks. They all go in the trash, or I give them to somebody, but... Alright, so right now I'm putting in the gantry, the X-beam, and after that I'm going to grab some food. Probably going to grab something, a stoetje, een boterham, something fast so we don't have to run off to the oven for a pizza party. Might do it for the Christmas stream. Then the wife is home and she can bring me the pizza. I think that's a better idea. Glad you enjoy. Yeah. Pita Melita. If I do that, I will be gone for at least an hour. Toilet. I cannot eat that shit. That's because of my diet. It's, yeah, pizza I can take. But pita is...
That's just an assault on my guts right now. Very clearly showing that you're almost my neighbor, right? Mr. Tactical Printing? Pita Melita? What are we doing at the moment? Can you do a quick recap? Yes, I can. Oh, we got one gantry in, and I'm just doing the next one. There's your recap. Putting in all the gantries and all the Z-belts. So right now I am preparing the gantry to insert in the host. And I will be doing this for the next 4 units sitting on the ground, sir. Glad you enjoy it. Pita Melita. Yes, same by me, don't like color printing. Yeah, I don't really get it. We make actual parts, not toys. That is the strength of our team. I would say so. I think the Team 7 Discord, where a lot of you guys are also in, like DevMiner is definitely in our Discord. I believe that 90% of the people in our Discord are some type of engineer. Self-proclaimed like me, or real legit engineers. So that is absolutely amazing to have in a Discord. If I have questions now, I can ask them. Also for you guys, if you have questions, go in our Discord, ask them, be involved. I do believe we have, or we try to have a nice place to stay. Yes, time to put it in. There we go. Before we do that, we need to make new brackets. So that means we need these guys, and we need those rotating assembly things. We need 4 of them. We need to install them on the bearings, and then we can throw in the gantry. But I think I'm going to get some food. Now, Mr. Crazy, if you can drive a car, come to me. Give me food. That's also good. Yes, I like practical parts, like for building and inventing things. I think that is the most fun thing about 3D printing. Trying to be an engineer, come up with cool stuff. Pizza. I like him making my parts. Yes, for cosplay or other stuff related. Yes, I know the place. Yes, you do. Melita. Fast recap. Well, I think I just did it. Wedding. Yeah, you can call this, if that's what you mean, the gantry getting in is the wedding of the printer. I am working in Germany making F1 prototype parts, and so... that sounds cool. So I am brainwashed making things. Well, this is basically the same thing, right? The only thing that doesn't make me brainwashed is talking to you guys. Otherwise it's music on and just brainless hours of putting stuff together. I know him for a long time. He is mostly a problem solver all of his life. Thank you. Now, I do believe I'm going to grab some food. It's not going to be pizza. I think, like I feel right now, I can definitely make 2 more hours of building this. Now, I do not blame you if you want to leave. It's just the same thing that you're going to see. I get some fluids in. There you go. Let me grab some food first. See you in a few. Oh, dag mijn vriend. I am back. Now, my little furry friend is still off in the garden. And I will be taking him with me in the shed. But I did also this weekend and he hated it. So, let's see if the little furry brother wants to join me. Hey, come. Oh yeah, without a problem. Let's say hi to YouTube. There he is, my little furry brother. Let's give him a good boy treat. All right. Zet in. Pootje. Ander pootje. Ander. Ja, goed zo. There we go. Little brother in the shop. Nice. Our goal is to have 300 members in the next 2 months. I didn't know we have a goal. We have tons of engineers who are eager to help. Ein guten, smakelijk. Thank you. Hij is weer content. That is Flemish for he is happy again. My little brother right over there isn't happy. He's sitting in the shop. He's actually pretty scared. He doesn't like it over here. It's too crowded. I wonder why that is, right? All the little vorons. All right, there we go again. Let's go. He's making a lot of anxiety noises. Yawning and all of that. I know, my friend. I know you're not happy to be here, but I am that you're happy to be here. I want you to be here. I mean, Guten Sagen wir in Bayern. Guten Sagen wir in Bayern, waar ik woon. Yeah, so you're from Bayern, or in the neighborhood from Bayern, if I read in correctly. Good morning, or whatever time of day it is where you are. Well, right now it is 2 o'clock. We are nearing 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So good morning, Raven Dark Cloud, welcome back to the stream. We are now in full marriage mode, let's call it like that. We have placed the first gantry in our machine and we are now working on the second one. So I'm preparing this little block. This is going to make our marriage between the gantry and the printer possible. Yes, I'm a born a Vlaming though. Yes, I remember from the previous stream that you were a Vlaming. We have quite a few Vlamingen in the chat. It's really nice to see some Belgian love. Because if I look at my analytics on Google, Belgium is not even popping up. It's really crazy. I do have the Netherlands, Germany, UK, France, but Belgium is not popping up. It's almost 5 a.m. here. Yeah, it's early morning. Hope you have a cup of coffee with you. And now he starts whining because he wants to leave. Oh, poor fella. You are not leaving right now. Now, if his mommy would be home, then he would continue to whine until he's in, but she's not. He's working. 2 p.m. Yes, 2 p.m. It is brewing as we chat. Nice. Damn it. I should have made myself one. Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I do have to say that after a while you get used to it, to long ass streams. We are now 4 hours in the stream. God damn it. Last time I was almost on live support. This time, doing great. So it's definitely something that you need to train. Now we were getting on a cold, so that might be the reason. I was super tired after a few hours. But yes, most YouTubers that are streaming a Voron build are only building one. So I hope to be the only idiot that has this master plan of building 5. Helix, at the day job, will be listening in a while you deal with 32 emails. Dear God, I wish you the best of luck, brother. Oh, these are tight little suckers. There we go, that's number 3, and now we need a 4th, and then we can do some more gantry stuff. Nope, these are not the correct bolts. Did I use the correct ones there? Yeah, I did. It's these ones actually. Now, you could call me being at my day job because it is a business at the end. Only I took vacation time on the other job to do this job. So technically, I'm working for free. Now, it's a passion project, so it's fine. All right, almost done. Then we need to put these on the high wind rails. Now, Mayor Viking, are you happy being a mod? Or did I burden you being a mod? I think you have a gentle time in my chat, right? We still have to encounter one absolute piece of unfortunate human specimen in our chat. I do find that so far we have awesome people in chat. All right. Which bolts do I need to use? M3x6 with a flat cap. So I do believe, yeah, those are the ones. And we are going to Loctite the frick out of them. There we go. Right, time for a camera change. Okay, there we go. We have a good application on this bolt, so let's go ahead and just ram it in there. No, they all seem to be fine. No Loctite needed. Thank God. Lucky me. So yeah, tomorrow I will be definitely doing more of this. I don't think I will be able to get all the gantries in today, seeing how long it all takes. Probably not. So I will finish that part tomorrow. I will start doing today, and that is probably more exciting for some of you, the first prints on the tool head. And we could look at that on the Christmas video, the live stream I mean, and see if everything fits out nice or not. Together with the pizza, the Christmas hat on it. Going to be very casual. I don't think we will be doing any real work on the Christmas video. Although, now saying that, knowing myself, I'm probably lying. I cannot just sit here and pretend to do something. That's mega boring. So we'll see, we'll see. Now after the gantry, we probably need to start at the electronics bay on the bottom side. So we might do a live stream doing one complete printer, so the complete bottom of it. And then I will do the rest off stream again. Because it is like this one, just doing the same thing again and again and again. Now crazy, if you feel like it, this week or next week, I could definitely use a second hand putting in electronics and printers. I believe you are perfectly capable of doing that. So if you're bored out of your mind, feel free to join me this week. No, not Byron. Wacht, hè. I kinda had to, because you are my mod. No, you didn't. I'm doing a very poor job of being your mod on Twitch. I wouldn't even call myself a mod. I'm just a pretend mod on your platform. Yes, you. When you have time? No, not bij remote werken, the other guys. Mercedes are the other guys, I believe, then? Or are we talking about the other guys? Other guys. Volkswagen, but those are in Wolfsburg. Oh my god, I dropped the bolt in the freaking Z mount. Yeah, that one is fucked. Let me see if I can unfuck it real quick. Well, I am a blistering idiot. Cool. You have a bolt stuck in there. Somehow. Where are you, bolt? And the bolt is just small enough to not want to fall out. So that means a magnet would now be extremely handy, which I don't have. Well, little furry brother, you see this? The struggle. Oh, my little friend. Yeah, let's grab some pliers. Now, so sorry, this is my OCD part. I need to get the thing out or I cannot continue in good faith. Yeah, but your whining is not going to solve anything, little friend. It's basically a life lesson. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Yeah, we got it! We got it! I can sleep again. Now, this time, please don't drop in the same freaking hole. Thank you. Magnet time, yeah. I wish I had a good one, a good magnet. Well, I do have some lying around, but if I put that on, if I would put those on, they will stick to the motor and I'm even more fucked. All right, it's fine. We got it. We got it. Dark clouds. Just imagine your daily life being that repetition every day. Well, I can imagine that. I have been a factory worker on the production floor and I had to do basically 4 or 5 things over and over again for 8 hours, and after 5 years it drove me insane and I, what do you call it, leveled up in the company, became an electromechanical technician, and I can tell you right now that even though we have one of the biggest, most random machine parks on earth, it's super diverse, even those things get repetitive at a time. You can have 20 machines, 30, 50 machines, after a while it is all starting to feel like the same thing. So I noticed for myself that I have been on what I like to call rabbit holes. So after things get stagnant, stale, repetitive, I start to do mods, for instance. Right now my rabbit hole was CNC. Designing aluminum parts for the Rhetoric was some sort of a rabbit hole, so those are the parts that keep me motivated. Now, this is all a first for me, building a Voron, so it's not that bad, but it is definitely going to be one of my last times I will be building a Voron. And if I build a new Voron, it will be 1, not 5. No, AI. You will have to explain yourself, brother. Lol, just as I say it, you say don't have one. Yeah, I don't have one. This is gonna be a great looking printer. Yeah, I believe so. When it's all done, buttoned up, full of aluminum inside to keep the heat in with the insulation backing it. Woo! That is a thing that you need to have to keep yourself motivated. Alright, so we are now back at the part we can marriage the two things together. Marry the two things together. So I'm going to include you into the struggle again. For the people that are new in the chat, it is kind of a struggle to get everything aligning, because right now we have slidey thingies where there's some sort of a ball joint in here, and then we have our freshly prepared gantry. This boy right over here. Let me change the camera angle if I can find my mouse. So where are you, brothers? Yeah. So we have, can you see it? Right over here, a bolt sticking out, and those need to align with all the ball joints right here in the corners. Now, we figured out on the first printer that all our joints need to be flexible for the first part. Then we can put in some bolts that are temporary, remove the gantry again, tighten these definitely, or just tighten them, and then we can remove the bolts on the other side. Long story long. So sorry for my awful English. Yeah, there we go. So, first test fit. So for the new guys, this is exciting. Gantry going in. I need to get my arm out of there. Those one dropped in very easy. I do want the back ones to get in all the way. And now we can finesse these ones. So, because these are not tightened, I can now pull or push these joints together, so we get a perfect fit right here with the ball coupling. And then it's time for phase 2. That's what a Dutch people the Dutch people sound like. Phase 2. So we got it done. And right now I'm going to put in bolts right over here and the gantry to make it somewhat permanent, get it out again, get back on the bottom to get these tightened all the way, because right now the mounting solution is preventing me from tightening this. So the best way I found is to get in some bolts just to line it up, get it out, tighten it, getting it in again, rinse and repeat. So I got some bolts laying here. These need to go in. So these are the temporary bolts that are now going to lock in the frame. Let's give it a little visual look. I'm going to get these somewhat flush with each other. So like I said, the first time I did these, I find that these, the way you mount these, oh Jesus, I'm getting tired, sorry guys. The way that you mount these Y brackets, they don't have a stop at the end, so they are free floating. They will stop at the linear bearing right over here, but aligning them, so the skew, that is what I'm trying to say. That is going to be the interesting part on how well this system is working now. All right, that corner is locked in. Definitely a little bit of an unfortunate part that to get it in the fastest, you need to do it twice. Because these joints right over here do have a stop. So the stop is right over here, milled in the plate. But right over here, we don't have that stop. Now, it is also going to be very hard to align it afterwards, because the next part is putting on belts. Or completing the loops, I mean. Ah, Audi, yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I do remember you saying that. Now you say the name, Audi. Haha, that's all. Welcome back. Hello from the US. Lost probably East Coast. Welcome back, brother. Good to have you in. You have now just witnessed the marriage of the second gantry. So right now I'm fixating this ordeal together on top with all these bolts. Now I need to remove all of this again, because we need to be on the back side to give it the final little tightening. Just like that. So now these parts can be tightened completely. Bit of a weird way, but this is the only way, in my opinion, to get reliable insertion, something like that. Also looks like my little brother on the floor is starting to chill. My little friend. You can put a neodymium magnet on the Allen key on by the end, by the tip, and it will pick up the drops. Ah, yeah. So put a magnet over here and the whole thing gets magnetized, you mean, probably. We have 3 more chances of that happening, so I might have to use your trick if I drop one. By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you motion and ways. A little CNC joke. Well, I am definitely not a CNC operator, so I don't get the joke, but I feel honored. Motion and ways. That's a nice saying. A little CNC joke. Thank you so much. We have been talking about CNC stuff today. Are the linear wheels pre-greased? No, they are oiled, some sort of an oil to prevent them from rusting. But these are not oils that you want to keep on, because they are not doing anything else except from keeping them to rust. Now, this is something that is highly debated about, I would say. So feel free to leave me your take on it. Most of the people are running these linear wheels dry. Or they use a dry loop, or they are using your regular bike oils without all the additives, just to keep it from rusting. I did check the recommendations from Highwind, and they are calling out for greases, which is normal. In my profession, we also use greases for linear rails, but in this case, we are talking about a motion system that we want as fast as possible, as responsive as possible, and if you put in greases, that will give you friction. So, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a lady in here. What is your opinion? Oils or greases, and why? So it snaps in perfectly fine right now. And now we can remove these bolts again because we need to put other stuff on it. So this is my little trick to get the CNC chaotic labs gantry in, but we need to do it twice, unfortunately, because we need to be on the back for what I just showed you. I use super lube oil. Yeah, that is a very common oil. The one they recommend the most is with the striping colors on them. So I believe there are 3 or 4 colors on that lube. Now, I do believe that most people agree on not using PTFE filled oils because it is too sticky. PTFE, or is there another reason why you wouldn't put PTFE on linear rails? Now this is the part where my rookiness shows up. I did not get any type of a degree on this type of stuff. I mean oils, greases, the point of them, why not? I just follow the recommended specs. So it would definitely be great if my work gave me a little bit of a refreshment, not that they do that. So give me your opinions. Show me the way. Next up, the springs. So for the new people, we have inserted this gantry assembly, and these are now bolts going through the slidey parts we have installed here. So to give you a little example, we have this going on and this going on. So this is sitting on the bottom and this is going over it. So right now, what we need to do is get a spring in there. And. Oh, my camera is dying. My camera is dead. And then we need to, I will switch to the other one. I think the power ran out. We are over 4 hours. So yeah, the battery is probably dead. Even though it is charging, it is not charging enough. I need to buy the batteries you can plug in that is just USB powered. Yeah, and the assembly will look something like that. Let me check my camera first. Let's see what the problem is. I do believe it is going to be a flat ass battery. Yeah, it is dead as a rock. All right, I'm going to give it some time to charge up. This is just rinse and repeat, guys. So this is the part where I'm really happy. I now have my USB webcam going on in cases like this. If the camera dies on me, well, it didn't die, it just yeah, ran out of battery. We never done a stream longer than 4 hours, so new record, guys. New record. Flat ass. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am a very visual speaker. Second for Superloop oil. Yeah. Welcome to the Midwest. I'm curious to see what you recommend. I can only talk about experience right now. I'm going to show you. It is not the correct oil. I can already say you that. Your regular fine ass chain oil without additives. So that means that you will have to do that ever so often. So what I do, after a long print is just wipe all my rails, then put some oil on the rails and just give it a new coating. And that seems to be working just fine on the Radwig. So I'm probably going to do the same on these guys. But I might have to get that Siboor loop oil. Is it with an additive? That is what I'm curious about, the Siboor loop oil. I'm off to Kine. Good luck, brother. I have that on the oil and greases. A thought. You probably have a thought. I see you all. Thank you, Crazy, for joining in. I also clean my Z-rods with gear floss that works really great. Well, spoiler alert, I have never cleaned my rods. not a single printer in here. Not a single printer. The Radwig never cleaned that. The GD one never cleaned it. Just put on some more oil and just let it run. It is most of the times the black stuff that starts to accumulate is the brass that is starting to wear. Probably not a great idea, by the way. It's not a recommendation. It's just me being lazy. It's food grade. I use Tri-Flow PTFE loop on my printers. Ooh, someone that is using PTFE. ISO 68. Mr. Juras, go back to your pajamas. That's what she said, right? Thank you. Yes, and I do clean my rods. You bastard. Didn't say shit for 4 hours and there he is. Mr. Juras. I know. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. I had it coming. You're right. I had it absolutely coming. Do you clean your rods, Mr. Juras? I am not talking about your dirty rod. Are you cleaning your Radwig? I'm fortunate that I can use Tribolube. What the fuck is that? Tribolube 37 for my Z-axis rods. Yeah, sounds expensive. What's the benefit? That is something that nobody told me. Why? Why would you use it? I want to get the whys. Always. No, but seriously, Mr. Cruz, I'm talking to you. Seriously, do you clean your Z-rod? And why? Is it for the built-up gunk? Will it wear my printer faster if I don't? I think that's a good question, right? I can tell you one thing, brother. Where we work, industrial, we just pump in some more grease and let it go. It will find a way. If it doesn't need to be there, the grease, it will find its own way. And we have yet to have a massive failure from that. Now the only thing is that everything around it will start to get messy if you don't clean it up. Woo! Yeah, there we have it. So the springs are in. And now it's time to get our belty loopy thingy going on. Yeah, I don't feel good about using grease either. I'll try oil, sounds good, oiling it more often. Okay, yeah, so that is the major downside I found on oils. You will have to reapply it. I think monthly is going to be a minimum. I use Tri-Flow on my firearms. Well, I have some oils that I don't think I want to use on my it's with Teflon. So our weapon, guys. So this is the oil I have for my my piece. Really need to clean that sucker, but yeah, everything is super messy right now, so I still didn't clean it.
Just Push Print, welcome back, brother. Now we are recharging the OG camera. It is just dead flat because we are over 4 hours into the stream. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. Way more than I should. I have a problem with cleaning rails, rods, fresh oil and grease every 2 weeks or so. Wow, that is a lot. That's a lot, brother. That's a lot. I'm doing a horrible job in that case. Turbo loop won't break down at 65C chamber heat. Yes, it's expensive as fuck, but it's worth it since I'm printing with 60C chamber heater. So you say that for me it would be an awesome choice to loop my Z-rods in, because I do have over 60 degrees in my rat rig. That is definitely something I will try out. I guess industrial equipment doesn't use POM. Yeah, POM is highly concerning, IMO. Yeah, unfortunate rat rig is doing POM. The nuts are brass and will wear out quicker. Yeah. I clean my rods just to reduce... Oh my god, the dirtiness. I clean my rods just to reduce the black marks I always get on my arms. Oh yeah, if I'm working, my arms are just covered in... so that's why I always wear a t-shirt in my shop. Tactical print should always use polymer Z-axis nuts. Brass nuts are bad. Oh, now we got the different opinion. Interesting. I own a Glock. It likes to be dirty. Yeah, don't have a Glock. I used it at the range, but I own CZ SPO1. CZ75 SPO1. Tactical sport, something like that. 9mm. I work on lifts before I was programming, and they had huge spindle rods, and I seen a pair that gripped and are stuck. Ooh, that sucks. Super loop is minus 45 F2. Yeah, that is Chinese. I don't speak Fahrenheit, but it seems to be rather high. So if I could ship you some of this Tribo loop, I would. I just go and buy it in that case. From Prusa. Now I do have an engineering grease, and it is called Rubens WB01. That is very on the thin side of a grease, but I have to check the temperature spec on it. We use that for all our spindles and everything that has a brass to other interference type of deal going on. A Beretta APX. I need to look that up. Oh, so tactical printing. My Belgian guy, you also have a firearm. Where do you go? I have to bet you go to Pot de Vin. I also go to Pot de Vin. CZ are hard to get here and come with that rarity tax. Yeah, we have the other thing going on. So everything American coming to here is extremely expensive. Not double, I would even say triple the price of what you can have it at. I have to leave you, unfortunately. Have a good day, friends. Thank you so much for joining me, brother. It has been a pleasure. All right. I love my CZ. Yeah, I also like it a lot. Now, I will never show it on stream or screen or whatever for reasons. YouTube doesn't like it to begin with, and some people are immediately thinking I am some sort of a serial killer, so it's very sensitive these days. But I do find it very interesting that all of you brothers are into it. I like it. Yeah. Now, we are definitely not in it for the violence, I can already tell you that. But I do like to do it, and how do you call it? That is one of the only things I can really zone out if I do it. So shooting in the range, I mean. So if there's too much noise in my head, going to the range really helps with that, because that is the only freaking thing I think of. So I call it therapy. Yes, I know Maxime. You do? The little fella. Is he a friend of yours? Lovely guy, by the way, Maxime. But it's been a long time. Yeah, so we have to go 12 times a year.
I often go in and just sign the book. So stupid ass laws in Belgium. You needing to have to go 12 times a year, otherwise you're not a real one. And it is all because they want to discourage us of having these in the first place. Because we can all agree that we are the problem in the society and not the illegal firearms, right? We are the problem. Not all the black market AKs. It's all to get the how do you call it? The flock, the herd. Every time something happens, they make our lives harder, while it doesn't reflect results in the real world. They are punishing the wrong people in Belgium. That seems about right. Now we have learned that those bolts suck ass, so we will be using bolts from the Siboor kits. Those ones are a lot better. CZ Cadet is nice. I'm a gunsmith also, so I have a few things as well. Nice. I only have the one piece going on right now. I would like to have a bolty, just so you are a little bit more involved on the range. Any type of a bolty with a scope on it I would like, just because I think it is a cool way to sit down and just have some OCD time, I would say it. So yeah, I was thinking about the 9mm bolty, so one of those, they have a name, the typical name, yeah. It's mostly small caliber stuff, that platform PTD or PD, PS rifles, I have no clue. They look like a fancy bolt action, but they are just 9mm. Now we have ranges, the one I go, and probably tactical printing, as he knows, Maxime, is 25 meters. And we do have one I would say Oostende. There they have a long range, but I have yet to use their services. I would really like to get to a long range. They have 100 meters, I believe. Oh, calm down, brother. So this bolt is way too long. Let me check. Let me check what I'm doing wrong. I see we need to put in a spacer. Oh my god. Oh my god, we need to put in a spacer, brothers. I'm not kidding. This all has to come out again. Fuck my life. I do believe we are not completely fucked. Yeah. I just need to remember to put it back in. So we need to remove the belt thingy, drop it down, and then we have to insert this little brother. Yeah. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. We can calm down. Pale face. Yeah. Yeah, that happened. The bolts, 5x14. This is probably a 16, and that's why it doesn't fit. Yeah, this is 16. You are of no use. What are you? You seem to be the correct one. Okay. Yeah. We are not completely fucked, boys. It's fine. We can continue with the belts. Oof. Oof is the correct answer. You have been chatty. Point 22. 22, yes, it's because you are really focused. Yeah. So we were talking, I was explaining that it is one of the only things I can just completely zone out. Every day. Yeah. I really love to go shooting. Sick AR for me. I have seen the sick controversy, or how do you call it, with their one of the firearms, just when you drop it. That's also a big oof. Some people actually didn't make it because of it. Apparently you also have a sick US and a sick in the Europes. I do follow a few of those channels, like Garant Thump is one of the guys. We must say FN is the best because we are Belgians. Well, they do make awesome firearms, FN. Fun fact, I was on a competition TV show for gun builders too. Cool stuff that would never happen in Belgium. My wife has a sick SP 2022 in 40 cal and is a hell of a good shot with it. I got it for her as a B-Day gift 1 year. Oh, that's so cool. Well, my wife also did it before Podevin decided that nobody except for license holders should enter. There was a time that you could go in 1 time a year. You are allowed as a Belgian citizen to visit the range and try it out. So we did that a few times. And yeah, she also is quite a good shot. A Mauser. Well, I used the bigger caliber ones. My god, those bastards hurts. Oh, is that one the M1 Garand? The one from World War II with the clip that flies out? I tried that one. My god, that bastard. Yeah, you definitely will have a bruised little patch right over here if you're not used to it. Dear god, it punches like a hooligan. Same for the other one. The other bolt action, the Russian one. Mosin Nagant or something like that. Also a gun that punches really hard. It was at this moment he realized he fucked up. True story. Yes, you can still do it, but in Buafe, not sure. But in, you will have to rephrase tactical printing. We need to go together someday. Tactical printing. We need to go to the range, meet up in real life, do some shooting. I spent yesterday making some more changes in the style burn to improve airflow. My changes lets you use non-violated square blower fan. Well, if you don't mind sharing me your design for the non-violated fan mod, I would be very interested in. Good old 30 cal, yeah. Yeah, the 30 cal. It's definitely not a light thing. It weighs quite a lot. Now I have been working out, so it might be better now, but dear God, it weighs absolutely stupid amounts of, you would say it's a piece of wood. Oh my God, that thing is really hefty. But yeah, shooting it. And what was really interesting, if you shoulder it or you use what we have, a wooden beam to lay it on top, so you can just chill. Laying it on a piece of wood is even worse than just, yeah, so crazy. I am honestly of the opinion that everybody should try it. Just give it a try. It's much more fun than you would think, especially because in Belgium it is really not about the home protection thing or violence or anything like that. It is just good old fun to get your ass kicked about heavy caliber weapons. It is just so much fun. Now, ammo here in Belgium is ridiculously expensive. We are talking about 2, 3, 4 euro for one cartridge on some calibers. Now, luckily, 9mm is still very affordable. That's why I got one. You are not allowed to have a gun nor to go to range in Portugal. Only for people with hunting license and hunting legal weapons, or police, nobody else. Totally illegal. Wow, it is even worse than in Belgium, huh? That's unfortunate, brother. It is so much fun to do. If you ever come to Belgium, now I would say I would take you with me, but that would be illegal. Try a Smith & Wesson 500 short barrel. I did try out one of the magnums they have, the free ones you can use from the range. I think it's a 400, not a 500. Very interesting, also very powerful. I kind of like that one. It wasn't as horrible as you would think. It is just a good old thump and yeah. All right, so I think this is going to be my last unit for today, especially as we fucked ourselves with the spacer that is definitely in there tomorrow. I think this is a good point to end out. If this one is done, I will fix it right now after the stream is done, because I will forget, and then we have probably bigger problems going on. But yeah, insert meme. It is at this point he knew he fucked up. It's shooting range in Wallonie. Did you got the pirate eye? I did get smacked with the visor once, but it was when I was little, and it was by air powered. Yeah, just and yeah, let's give it a try, and even air powered. Luckily, it was air powered, but no. Right now, I didn't have the nice shiny eye of shame. Y'all be good. Gotta head out. Just push print. Thank you so much for joining me. That's nothing, the 500 your wrist will fall off after 2 max. Yeah, I believe you. That's the thing you see flying at people's foreheads. Yeah, yeah, most definitely. They give it to a little petite lady and just say, go have fun. And they just get smacked in the face with that thing. Very traumatizing, I would say, for that person. All right, 2 more to go, brothers, before we call it quits. I'm kind of done, honestly. But we made good progress. We made very good progress. Not a lot of fuck ups today too, except for that little spacer that is not in the gantry. But probably not too hard to get it in there. Maybe I do one to show you it's not that bad. All right, next one. So this is starting to feel like very tedious, and it is. It's so funny now, having talked about the topic, that so many of you guys also share the same interests as we do. except for my Portuguese friends. How tired am I? It's actually fine. Not as tired as I have been in the other streams, so I could definitely continue to do this for a few more hours. It's more a fact of, do I want to? It is fine right now. I could honestly do this for a couple more hours. So like I said, I'm probably going to get the spaces in that I forgot and then call it quits for today. Do the rest off camera and I'll see you in the 25th, Christmas Day. I might make it a late evening stream so everybody can join in that has no family things going on like me. We do it the 24th, so I'm free the 25th. Don't expect anything special except for my dumb face on screen. Oh my god, why are you so stubborn? Just get in here. There you go. Now we still need to go through the bracket. Now my little furry brother is having a good old nap. So this time something I also didn't do was putting some boxes under here. Right now I wish I did. Now we can start rotating these things to raise it, but yeah. One small fuck up, so we're doing good, right? I can tell you one thing, in the first stream we did an hour and a half of fuck ups that I had to undo, so we're doing great. Yes. Bolts Loctite. Merry Xmas everyone, Nikolai, and Merry Xmas to you too, brother. I hope you are enjoying your time these holidays, and that is for everyone in here. We are not very big into all of this, to be honest. Christmas, New Year, we try to just be good the whole year and not just a few days in the year. Now, I do have to say that for my real life friends, like Crazy was here on the stream, I do feel a little bit sorry because I am so damn busy with all of this that sometimes I'm just, yeah, not seeing them a lot. Now, most of our friends are in the baby stage, so they are equally as busy. Except we are not having babies. Well, I have. This is my baby right over here. So you call it suffering, I call it sharing the load. That's what she said, right? Right, Euros? Okay, so now we need to get this one in here, and my fingers are full of Loctite. Great job. Yes. Stay warm down there. Yeah, you guys are freezing your asses off, I've heard. Now we are getting some cold weather. In the next 2 weeks, a bit cold, I'm talking about 0 degrees Celsius. We are getting our first freezing temperatures. Apparently, I had to hear it from someone else. There we go, one more belt and then we can start unfucking our fuck up. You are doing great. Are you registering the build hours? Just for reference. Not really. But I have a ballpark. So we did about 30 hours, and now with the stream we are 6 hours, so let's call it 40 right now. 40 hours in the build, and I would say we are halfway there, because after this we need to do electronics and toolhead, and we are finished. So I think this is the hard part. It's a good 50C in Portugal. Sunny, clear sky. That sounds great, brother. I need to visit you sometime. Have a great time in sunny sky. How are you doing for work, by the way? You were also a little bit between jobs. You found a new job. As you work from home now, so I presume you are. Unless you can do installation from remote, I don't think so. All right, last belt. Here we go. Now, one of the brothers that I'm not sure what your name was, I'm so sorry. Could be he was already on the stream, that also had some experience with building Vorons, told me to not put in the bed, and I have to say you were freaking gold on that comment. Freaking gold. It is indeed a heck a lot easier with no bed in there, especially with the gantry stuff. Gold comments. All right. I see the tippy toe. Let's go. No, that's the wrong belt. All right, we need to get it through the bracket. And there we go. Nice. Through the idler. I'm not even going to bother getting the other camera back up again. We have all seen this part. Unless you want to see me fix the fuck up, but even then I don't think you can see it. Okay, Loctite. I'm glad we finally did some more exciting stuff, like putting in a gantry. Now it really is starting to look like a printer, right? Did I loosen you, mister? No, I didn't, so that would already be another fuck up. Not loosening your tensioning system. Definitely a fuck up. Great. Now we can still adjust for all of this in the end. If we don't have enough travel or too much travel, or we just loosen up these two bolts of the belt path and then we need to pull it a little bit, it is fine. Least of my concerns so far. And the last bolt for today. Now fixing our fuck up, and then we can call it a day for today. We have a new flying gantry. Can I pull it? I can kind of pull it. Yeah, there we go. So, attempt number one. I'm going to loosen all of these. Can you see it? Yeah. So I'm getting out the spring and I'm getting out the red nut. We need to get this one in here. For that, we need to lower this. Oh my god, it is going to work. Get it in there. This is what victory looks like, gentlemen. Oh yeah, so right now it is acting as a spacer. Let me grab that camera. I'm going to try and boot it up again, so you can see that. I think it's a good detail to have to finish off this stream. All right. Do you have any power for me, Mr. Camera? 20%. Yeah, that is good to go. Streaming. There we go. So I'm zooming in for you guys, and then I need to switch the camera angle. Now it is really dark in there, so I might have to do something about it. Now, first, do I have my camera back? Let's see. Do we have a zoom in? No, we don't. Nope, we don't. Let me try something. Yeah, there we have it. Let's go. Let's go. So, right up here, this is the little red spacer your brother forgot. Not anymore, it's in there. We can clear that off our oh fuck. It is at this moment. So this is the complete mounting system for the gantry. I like it. Yeah. Good stuff. Only electronics on and tool head. Oh man, you're funny. You are funny. So another 80 hours remaining. Why are you so negative, Mr. Judas? I don't know what your problem is. Now, I do think we are less fucked. Because you're not longer working for Radwig, so I'm going to not going to pull you into that, but Radwig, goddammit! This is what a freaking cable looks like. Pre-made. Yeah, if this would be my Radwig and I would build 5 of these, I would be 20 hours in just putting on crimps and all of that. Dear Lord, right now it looks like I don't have to. Good morning, afternoon everybody. Welcome back LTX Designs. We are finishing up the stream, so you are catching the last part. So we fucked up, we forgot the spacer in here. We have finally something that resembles a real printer, so we have our flying gantry stuff going on. We have done 2 in this stream, so we are now 5 hours in, 5 hours in, and we have done 2 of these gantries. And everything has been prepared. I mean, everything gantry related has been made up front. Yeah, so it's taking a lot of time. I did let you know on, I'll let you know on Discord. Ah yeah, that's a good one. Let me know in Discord, brother. I would like to hear it. Foresty Sibley 2555. Good day, sir. You are looking like a new visitor. Good day, everyone, and happy holidays from Louisiana. Yes, thank you very much, and a very good holiday season for you, brother. I hope you are having a great time over there. So, before we call it quits, I do want to unfuck my 2 fuck-ups. And then I'm going to take a little rest. I think the wife will be joining me in an hour. Now, my little brother is just completely knocked out. He is just out of it. I'm going to turn the camera for you guys. He is so freaking cute. Now we have to pretend that we are not looking at him, so he falls asleep again. He's such a good boy. He's still looking at me. Okay, I posted the modified file to printables and sent the link in a Facebook message. Well, Raven Dark Clouds, if you don't mind getting on the Discord or just message me directly on the Discord, I would highly appreciate it. I am thinking about ditching Facebook altogether, honestly. I still have my page and I will answer to your comments, but honestly, now that I have my Discord, I would say I would prefer to have all the things on Discord right now. I'm just completely done with Facebook. Important thing to remember is we can't spell fuck-ups without you. I need to have a t-shirt with that on it. I would wear it with a lot of pride. Yeah. Own what you did. Yeah, you can't see it because I'm waiting for him to get to sleep. There he is. Ah, I get all soft and soggy if I see my little brother like that. What is the Discord link? It should be in the description of this video, brother. Look at the description and there should be a link to our Discord. That is the Discord, so the Team 7 Discord. I am the resident YouTuber on there. And those are all our friends, let's call it like that. Yeah, I also have a section that's called Talk to me directly. You can, or private message me, or whatever you want. But yeah, I am moving out of Facebook. Yeah, indeed. Aww, my little brother. They truly are the gift that keeps on giving, right? Doggies. All right, one more to go. Now, something interesting. We have some slop on this one. Not sure if you can hear it. Yeah. That sounds like a problem to me. Good, Facebook sucks. Yes, I know. That's why I want to get off the platform. I am very happy now we have our Discord. So I would say forward all your messaging onto that, please. I will also remove from my intros and the videos my name from a logo of Facebook. It's a matter of time. Also my private account, I still have one because I have some friends that are still talking to me by Facebook, but consider it a dead platform for me. That scumbag will have no more information on me. Now, that is also not true because I do use WhatsApp a lot and that's from the same scumbag, so okay, the slop is gone. That is good. It was just not completely secured, the bolts. That was also a fuck up on my side. Oh yeah, nice. Nice. All right, one more to go on this, brother. And then we are off. So I hope you had a good time today. I definitely did. the next time you will see me is on the 25th of December. I will be doing a Christmas live stream. It is not going to be anything special. Probably going to try out the tool head that I'm going to print today. So the style burner with all the modded versions for the things I want to do. Try that out. Have a little bit of a chat and might do some minor assembly, not sure yet. Alright, so this one is completely fixed. Yeah, we don't need to worry about this one anymore. We have one more to go. To unfuck. Yeah. Ooh, these are getting hefty. Oh. It's in Discord under Mod Exchange. Thank you very much, Raven Dark Cloud. I will check on it before I do the printing. I might have a use for it. Is it the faceplate? So the I have one over here. Instead of trying to show you. Because you have kind of three major components on a style burner. So is it the red part, the faceplate that you changed out? Probably yes. In that case, I might have a use for it because that is the only thing I can keep stuck, as the other parts surrounding it are adapted for and not the faceplate. Except I was planning on get the lightweight faceplate one. So I might check it out, see what you did with it. Yes, it's a faceplate. And did you base it on the lightweight one? So the one with all the ventilation holes, to say it like that. It also has a Konami integration, not that I'm going to have that silly screen on there. It doesn't do anything, in my opinion. We have a clipper screen, so... Wait a minute. Am I fucking myself again? Yeah, it's really time that I need to quit this because we are making mistake after mistake, it seems. Let me have a second check. Where's the freaking spring going? Yeah, alright, so I can get all the springs back out of it. Oh my god. Yeah, it is time for me to have a break. Now I'm going to unfuck my second fuck up. And then I'm out, I promise. Then I'm out. Now, let's fix this one first. No standards. Okay. Now I'm going to look at it, and if I like it, I might transplant your version onto the... yeah, that's the Century on the floor. I might transplant your version onto the lightweight one. I hope it's a step file. If it's not, then that will make my life a lot harder. Not on your part, I mean on the one I already have. Yep, so the story about the Century on the floor, there is a FlashForge 85X sitting on it. I'm trying to sell it off because I am done with that. I am done with that platform. It's a good little printer, it's just not for me. If I want to do multicolor printing, I will be using my Index and not that one. Made a few videos about it, performed really great. Now the Century one, that is the one we are going to put on fire. Yeah, so we are going to do some fire safety videos next year. I have ideas. So, TLDR, we are going to set a few printers on fire. We have also an Anycubic Cobra S1 to set on fire. That is provided by 3D Jake. I reached out to them if they had defective units. They did. I bought that one from somebody. And we are going to look at fire safety measurements. And I'm going to design something for myself for the farm. Easy to implement. And I hope it is going to be an open source project I can start to provide to everybody that wants, so you can have a safe printer in your shop. So it's going to be based on components readily available, like for instance the SodaStream stuff with valves and probes and all of that. But first of all, I want to check how the stuff we can find on the internet is doing. So I've bought a few fire safety devices. And we also are going to just let it burn one. So the Anycubic Cobra is going to burn to the ground. And then we will use the Century Carbon to test our fire safety measurements on. Now I was really planning on buying a bamboo printer. I really wanted to burn a bamboo just because of the joke of it. But very expensive in Belgium and not worth the money for the joke only. It would be purely for the joke if I would burn a bamboo. Yeah, indeed. So the plan is to hook up a CO2 canister from something like a SodaStream type of deal. And then, so let me first check if I made new fuck-ups. No, this one is good now. I pinky promise. Oh. Yes, little brother, we are going to leave very soon now. Yeah, I know, buddy, I know. He's now completely sick and tired of being here. I don't blame him. I am very tired of it too. Now, this is very sloppy. This is definitely not good. Now, yeah, so CO2 canister, some mechanical valves, some probes, a little bit of designing going on, and then I hope to have something for you guys that you can implement on any printer that you own. And the main reason of it, the number one reason is if you have a heater that is powered by a MOSFET, like almost any hot end is, you are completely screwed. Because MOSFETs fail most of the time closed. That means it will be very happy to continue heating and burn down your shop. So we will also implement a measurement that will cut down the power of the printer and will inject a bunch of CO2 in the chamber. Very interesting. Definitely not going to be the this is how you should do, so that's why it's open source, so I don't have to take responsibility or liability about it. But I do think that we are missing some of that in our 3D printing lives. Some simple fire safety. For instance, and maybe that is a good question for you guys. Why are companies these days not implementing CO2 canisters in their printers? Sounds very easy to me to implement, right? You can even control it with Clipper. The only thing they need to do is get a relay in there that cuts all the power when things go wrong, not like they do right now. Just rely on a fuse. Because that is not going to save you from a MOSFET burn. Alright. I think we're there. Yeah, we are done for the day. We had a good run. Over 5 hours, jeez. I will put the step file in Discord. Thank you very much, Raven Dark Cloud. I'm a fan of CO2 fire killers because it's good for all electronics. Yes, Bamboo Lab has that with the SodaStream bottle. Do they? On the new ones, you mean? The step file posted. Raven Dark Cloud, thank you for being open source, brother. I will pay it forward if I decide to do something with it. Yeah, no, little buddy, we are almost done. I have that my fire detector closes the socket to the printer in case of fire. Yeah, also very good use case. So it is most probably going to be just an outlet type of deal, but I want to make it centralized with multiple outlets and multiple exhausts and multiple thingies. Now, this is all just in my head. We didn't do any design. First of all, I want to burn down some stuff, take a look at it, and then we can start designing our own stuff. I do have some of those pucks that you can just stick in your printer that will, when it gets too hot, will explode and then fill the chamber with CO2 powder. Not sure what kind of junk they are using. They are fairly affordable. So yeah, going to be super interesting. All right, I think we are done with the stream. Thank you so much for being in the stream, supporting what I do. And I can see that we are also dropping frames again. Nice, time to quit it. That means probably also a lot of people coming home. We have very shitty internet from our provider, not a lot of uploads. So yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you for watching. I will see you on the 15th of December doing a live stream, and it is going to be very chill. It is not going to be that long like today. I also changed the hot end section ducting to reach all around the nozzle. I can add a step file of that too. Yeah, sure, I will take a look at it. Have a good rest. Thank you, Juras. Thank you for being here, and guys, have a great one. If it happens that I don't make the 25th, then I wish you all a very good holidays. We are definitely not going to make the end of the year. I do plan on continuing these builds until it's done, and I don't mind having it on stream, but we will make more progress and do less of showing you 5 times the same thing. So I think today was kind of a good day. We have done something substantial. Next will be electronics. Probably, yes, I'm pretty sure next will be electronics. All right. Thank you for watching. Bye.